Hello. Also, this is outdated. It's not the finale stream anymore, but there's only but so much I can do before the thing starts. Quick, let me just test to make sure this chat, the side box is working. Hello. All right, yeah, that is working. Last thing I want to do a couple more things. One, I noticed that my Nightbot is really out of date in terms of like, check out my latest video. So I'm gonna just update that real quick. I'll use the finale stream as the latest thing for people to check out. But hello everybody, as I grab that link. How's everybody doing? Obviously last week was the big finale stream, and now we are now we're past the finale. Today is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. It'll still be like a lengthy stream by like general terms. It'll be about 5 hours because I have to leave around 5 o'clock to meet up with some friends. But in the meantime, we are going to just hang out. There's a whole lot to chat about this week. A whole lot of what has gone down. Let me just also update this. Where is that? Watching info. Other big FF7 theories and the new Ever Crisis. Wow, that was my cap locks broke there hard. And the new Ever Crisis content. So let me catch up with what's going on here in chat. Just ignore the SubTXT finale thing. How do I get rid of this? Which one is this? Oh, there we go. Hey, what's going on? So we have a whole lot to discuss this week. A whole lot's gone down in the past. What would I say? So this week, a lot happened. Sorry, I'm a bit crazy this morning. But I was at New York Comic Con earlier this week, which was really fun. I was also, it was like kind of a chill thing. I wish I'd gotten to the Capcom booth before it got crazy, because they had Resident Evil Requiem playable, they had Onimusha playable, they had Pragmata, which I already played at Summer Games Fest, but had the boss section that wasn't playable at a shift, so that would have been cool to play. And they also had Monster Hunter Stories, which is really isn't my thing, so I probably wouldn't have played it, but they had a bunch of stuff playable at Comic-Con. But let me just say hi to everyone across the two chats. Hi Black, wait, that was last week. Kafka, Exo Feeling, Sephiroth, Blackapino. I almost like read that as like Blackachino. Circular Staircase, John Q Gamer. Hey, what's going on? So John Q Gamer, I met him at New York Comic Con this past week, and he has a video that we'll probably watch today within the scope of time that we have. There's a bunch of other theory videos that I've set up to watch. I don't know if we'll get through all of them. We probably won't, just because the actual length of the videos is probably gonna be longer than the stream. So we'll probably have to watch some of them next week, but I think we'll get to John's. BenJohnson.net, thank you for following. And Circular Staircase, who subscribes also for 3 months in a row. Thank you for the 3 months. David Sanoyan, what's going on? Steed, hey, what's up? I can't wait to see my theory debunked in 4K. Well, this stream's only in 1080p, so if anything, at the most, it'll be debunked in 1080p. So, but it won't be debunked. I mean, there are things in the video that I agree with, or like big questions that I have that video talks about. So I don't know if I don't know if your conclusions are exactly the same as where I will take it or where I'm thinking. But at least like the questions you're asking, or some of the questions you're asking, I think are relevant. Magic 8 Ball, Nastetra, what's going on? Crash Test Goblin, or Crash Test Gremlin. I don't know why I want to say Goblin. Kemsworth, Grimrock Live, Fat Music, Delta Sin, a whole lot of people here. Natalie Nacento, John's video was amazing. Yeah, John's is great. It's under 40 minutes. Yeah, it's just that the 2 videos in front of it are about an hour. And we might have like an hour of stuff before we get to theory videos, because we're also going to watch the new Ever Crisis stuff. But we will get to that, and we will start pretty much like now. First time chat from Adam Cirillo. I went to PAX Australia. Capcom was not there. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, I don't know when that was. Maybe they didn't have all the demos ready, or maybe Capcom Australia's PR team, which is different. They don't have as much, but that kind of, I mean, it kind of sucks, but they were also at New York Comic Con and I didn't get to play it. So, kind of in the same boat. Adam, it was just this weekend. Wow. And yeah, that's kind of strange they didn't have that available. Well, either way, neither of us played it. So, regardless, we both got screwed on that. I mean, part of it to me was the line. The line was really long. Every time I got to the booth, the line was capped, so they're already at pretty much their maximum. And then I figure the demo for Resident Evil will probably be out a month before the game comes out. They usually do that. They did that with Village, so I'll probably do a similar thing. So I mean, soon enough we'll play it. And sometimes demos is sort of like, when you play them like months ahead of time, it just is this incredible, for lack of better words, like blue balling, because you're just like, oh, that was fun, and now I cannot play this thing anyway for a very long time. So Key Machine, hey, SubTXT in chat, made a big old cup of coffee for this. Great. So we will jump into stuff. Just give me 1 second. I want to open the window behind me because it's a bit warm and it's cool outside, so it'll be a nice breeze. Give me 1 second. I know I could just not be wearing a hoodie, but it's actually hoodie weather, and so I want to enjoy. You know, I like hoodies. It's been a while. It's October. It's about time we get into hoodie season. Pajama pants, of course. All right, so let me get stuff set up. And by setup, I mean pull up the Google Slides that I created for this. Yeah, the one thing I wanted to also set up was I have 2 voice messages from my Discord channel. And you will be able to sort of like add your own on my Discord. If you don't have my Discord, it is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. And then in the Twitch chat, you can just type in, I'll do it for right now. You just type in the commands, exclamation Discord, and that'll bring up the Discord link to join. And so last week during the show, a viewer named Caleb was like, oh, could you have people dial in, like call in to the stream? And I've never done that. And I just didn't know what to expect. So I said, well, if you could leave a message in the Discord, then I could react to it on stream. And so he did leave one, and it was really good. And we'll listen to it in just a second. But that gave me the idea to sort of like take incoming messages from people. Like they could be really fun. So a couple of people have taken advantage of that. So the one from the one that I just mentioned from Caleb, and then also the why did I do that? And there's also one from Dell that was posted last night, so we'll check that out. Hold on, I'm just checking to see if I could do something. I cannot. I got a alert. Hold on, what was that? Thank you, Rowan Cloud, for subscribing. Let me just check out Tifa's like pair of sunglasses. That would be sick. So yeah, so it would be cool if hey, I'm the guy who left the message. Can't wait for your thoughts. Yeah, so the Programmer 64 on YouTube was the one who sort of opened Pandora's box of community messages or community voice messages, which are fun. The reason I like them as voice messages is also because it's a little more dynamic. It's better for streaming, you know, to actually hear someone speaking and sort of like giving their thoughts, and then I can comment on it in real time. So we'll do that right now. So let me pull up for you guys, you're just going to see a placeholder thing. And then I'm going to have the message playing through my Discord. I didn't have time to make like a fancy looking thing for it. But it was a great message, really. So this first message from Caleb, or the Programmer 64, was like a really heartfelt sort of reminiscence, I guess, of the, hold on, let me just clear some tabs. A really heartfelt reminiscence on the Rebirth experience and the ending and the effect that it had on him. And so let me just set this up. Gotta go full screen. Then I go to browser. So we'll listen to these, and then we have a bunch of stuff to check out. By the way, news-wise, I didn't drop it into this Google Doc that we're gonna be, you know, stepping through here on this stream. But there was like some news. Hamaguchi says some new stuff. Hamaguchi was talking about how like what was he saying? Hamaguchi was like said that, oh, we think it's going to be great. Part 3's ending is going to be amazing. Everyone's going to be satisfied. I don't have much to say about that, honestly. You know, of course he's going to say something positive. I don't think you can really take it for much more than him just being very reassuring to fans. You know, I think it's a bit of a fool's errand to try to please everyone. I don't know if that's necessarily what he meant by that quote. I just think he was just trying to say, hey, we're really confident. We think everyone's going to be happy with it. So you could read too much into it, which of course is going to happen on the internet. But I think it's just a very general message. And then there was another one today from Genki, which, what did it say? It was another kind of minor one. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone at least. Oh, he said, oh, it was kind of interesting. So let me actually, this one's kind of mildly interesting. So let me see if I can get it pulled up on here for you all. Let me also make sure the streamer bat chat is in the right spot. So if you didn't see this, because I think Genki posted it this morning. Genki. Maybe it was like late yesterday. 6 hours ago. That is hard to see. But FF7 remake director Naoki Hamaguchi says the Whisperers have the power to correct things to keep them in line with the original story, and thinks fans' interpretations of them representing the fan base feelings is very interesting. And so the full quote is, Whisperers have the power to correct the original storyline when it changes to a different one, and as correcting characters, they have the power to return things to the original storyline. Some fans interpret this as the feelings of fans who don't want the original to be changed, and the Whisperers are a collection of the wishes of the fan base, fan community. I think that's a very interesting interpretation. So, you know, so he's basically just addressing this long-running theory, which is funny that it's being addressed now because it's been so long since this first came up as an idea in the community. But I don't really have much to say that. He's just sort of like, if anything, it's interesting to hear him somewhat validate a thought. I think it's, I don't think he's saying that like, yes, that was the intention or anything, but just thinks it's interesting. Or like, you know, a valid sort of interpretation. So I know in the past they've, not stamped out some fan thoughts, but they haven't really, as far as I remember, really entertained them that much. So there's something slightly interesting to the fact they did. But I think it's just a matter of like, yeah, that's one way to sort of like look at all this. But again, I don't think this is like anything huge or worth talking about or in a real way. But I figure the kind of people that are here in this stream would be interested in this thought from Hamaguchi. So I figured I would share it. But let's jump into the actual show. So this first message is from artists like their work to be seen as ambiguous and have multiple interpretations. Yeah, that's true. I can send a French message about a missing staircase in the Shinra mansion. Circular staircase, that would actually be incredible. Let me just see what else I may have missed. Okay, yeah, that was pretty much it. All right, so let me pull this up. I gotta pull my Discord up. I gotta go find this message. So you're gonna have the audio from this, but not necessarily you're not gonna see the audio like creeping.
I want to talk about Aerith's death. I want to talk about Aerith's death and the feeling it communicated. A lot of people talk about its like lore implications and how are they going to tackle it. And to me, it was done in a perfect way because it recreated into me the feeling that was most important to me about when I first played the game, the original game, and she died. Katase said, and it's a pretty famous quote, and this quote I used, I said it at the death of my brother in his funeral. I said this quote: "In the real world, things are very different. You just need to look around you. Nobody wants to die that way. People die of disease and accident. Death comes suddenly, and there's no notion of good or bad. It leaves not a dramatic feeling, but great emptiness. When you lose someone you loved very much, you feel this big empty space and think, if I had known this was coming, I would have done things differently." When you say a quote, usually the end of it is what a lot of people walk away with. It's the thrust, almost like in an essay. It's the conclusion sentence to wrap it all up. But when I gave that quote, the important part for me was it leaves not a dramatic feeling, but great emptiness. I had known my brother's death was coming. We all did. He was going down a dark path of self-destruction. But me and my friend used to talk about our brothers because they were in similar circumstances, and his brother died a couple months before mine. And I said to him, "You must feel a guilty sense of relief." And he said, "I don't feel an ounce of relief." And I truly understood it when my brother passed. You don't. It's just empty. And
I'll pause there for a second just because thank you so much, the programmer, or obviously being so open about something so personal, and being so vulnerable about that. But I know exactly, I remember listening to this for the first time last week when you sent it. This resonated with me because the first real death that I experienced in my life was actually later in life. I was already in my 20s. And it was my uncle, who was only a little bit, he was 9 years older than me, because of just how he was born late. He was a surprise baby for my grandparents, who had, you know, their initial kids, including my mom, young, like 20 years old, kind of thing. So then they had my uncle when they were in their 30s, and then they were grandparents in their 40s. So he was kind of like an older brother to me. And his death wasn't too surprising, because he had a lot of medical issues. He basically had diabetes. It was type 1, I believe. So it's the one that doesn't come from dietary choices. It's the one that's just like naturally sort of occurring because your body can't produce glucose, or whatever the exact thing is, like naturally. And so you just have to treat it. And he just did not take his medication ever. And so his body was breaking down very quickly and very young. And when he passed, it was kind of, like I said, it was not surprising, but it was also, in terms of that empty feeling, I guess it's sort of related to like the, stages of grief, where the first couple of hours I wasn't even sad. And it was the first real like death I had to grapple with. Like there were other deaths in my life, but I was younger and they were like distant family members. So I didn't really know them that well, versus my uncle who I talked to every single day. The one who spoiled Aerith's death in FF7 for me, and also the uncle who introduced me to Final Fantasy VII. So I remember when he died, I was at work and got a phone call. And then obviously like immediately like left work, and like went home. And I remember on the way home, it was that same empty feeling. Like I didn't really feel anything. It was weird. Like I didn't expect to feel that way when I found out about death of someone so important to me. It was just empty. It was just like, I don't know if it was technically denial in the stages of grief or what it was. But I didn't actually like cry and like feel that sadness until probably like 4 hours later after finding out. So that was just that void that you feel, that just sort of like empty nothingness, is definitely something that I identify with.
And when they had a choice of how were they going to remake her death for the player, that quote talks a lot about sort of the surprise of it happening. And I think a lot of people talk about the surprise, and you try not to spoil it for first-time players of the game. But the surprise was not the part that was most important to me. It was the emptiness. Yeah. And they could have recreated the surprise by, they kind of had two choices. Either Cloud saves her, or oh no, he doesn't, and she dies anyway. And there was no real way to create the surprise. That was, everyone knew one of those two options were going to happen. To create a surprise, if it does something pretty wild that I can't really conceive of, that probably would have upset everybody. People who are looking forward to this, who played it before, know the scene is happening. Surprise is not an option for us. And a lot of people, when they talk about this and they think about it, they think about where was the surprise in this, and that wasn't it at all for me. It was the emptiness. And when I finished the game and that scene was over, processing, I realized, oh my gosh, they did it again. I feel empty again. He blocks it, and yet she still dies, but she's still kind of around, but there's still like a sorrow to it. I feel that emptiness. I think they recreated the most important thing, and in my opinion, they handled this the very best they could have done, because that was what I wanted to walk away with. People talk about, we didn't get to hear the quote. We see him mouthing the quote about, she'll never do this or that again. She'll never laugh, never cry, or whatever exactly that quote is. When that quote happened, in the first time I experienced it, I felt that way about her. And if that quote would happen again, it would be ridiculous, because we are going to see her again. She's talking in the next scene, she's saying words. And she's obviously going to be in the next game doing things and being present. It's not that she's not going to do those things. We're going to get to see them. So it wouldn't have been appropriate to try to recommunicate those feelings, and I'm glad they didn't. We're not feeling that same kind of sorrow of permanent loss, just like Cloud is not. But we are walking away feeling empty, and I would argue so is Cloud. And if you were to look at, in my opinion, I think the ending song to the first game, what is the name of that song? I urge you to go look up the lyrics of the ending song and then think about the ending to this game and see if maybe it resonates. I appreciate you giving me a few moments of your time. You deserve all the success you have, and I wish you much, much more. Peace and love.
Thank you so much, Caleb, aka the Programmer 64, currently I believe on YouTube. So for that second part of it, I mean, I think there's something very true to that, right? In terms of like the feeling that they recreate. When I listen to this, it's funny because I kind of go somewhere slightly different. Although I agree with everything you said, what I also thought about was, see, for me, when it came to Aerith's death, I guess I wasn't expecting surprise. I was actually sort of expecting, like I said, not surprise. Sorry, I'm just futzing with the window. I actually wasn't expecting surprise because much like with Aerith's death in the original, I knew it was coming. Like I was spoiled before I saw it. So even when it happened in the original, it wasn't all that surprising. Maybe the timing of it was surprising. So what I was really expecting going to Rebirth was I was expecting sadness. I was expecting to feel sad. And it's interesting that instead we all collectively felt that like hollowness and emptiness. Like this has been talked about a lot, right? Like I talked about it in my video. Max talked about it when he was reacting to my video and probably in his own stream too. I can't remember. But I think everyone sort of had this feeling of like, yeah, we were robbed of grief, as Seed said, or we were like, we just didn't feel the thing we were expecting to feel. We expected to feel sad. Instead, we felt at most confused and moreover felt just like empty, hollow, whatever. Yeah, just like Cloud, you know, like there's definitely that, just like Caleb said in his message, basically, you know, we felt that feeling of Cloud. But also from just like a storytelling perspective, so they gave us the sad feeling in the church goodbye. I feel like that's where I felt sad. That's where it really hit me. That's where, like, for me at least, like I cried because it's like, oh shit, the weight of like, she knows what's coming and is okay with it, you know, happening as long as she can like give Cloud the reassurance he didn't get in Advent Children. But the thank you so much for subscribing. Winkle abides, what's going on? But what really stood out to me about that empty feeling was what Caleb was talking about in this message, in terms of like, that's what you actually feel when you lose someone, right? Like I mentioned the story about losing my uncle and how, you know, I wasn't really sad for a few hours. Like for a few hours, I was in this empty, hollow void of a feeling where I didn't know what I was feeling, right? It was more probably like denial, but I wasn't even in denial. Like I knew it was real. Like I wasn't, and maybe there's a more clinical definition of denial than that. But that's like not literal denial, but just like, you know, the disbelief of it. But even again, I didn't feel denial necessarily, but I wasn't surprised. I wasn't sad. I was just sort of nothing. And that's what this death, the Aerith death and Rebirth sort of did, was recreate that feeling. And rather than just try to make us feel sad, which isn't necessarily all the time exactly how you feel when you first hear the news of losing somebody, instead they created that other feeling. And they talked about that right in their quotes, like the Nomura quote where he's like, when you first lose someone, you don't believe it, or you're sort of in this like different sort of state. And that's what they aimed for. And they did that really, really, really well, because that's kind of what we all felt, you know, maybe the most that we felt was confused. But like pure hardcore sadness, which is what I was expecting, at least for me, I was expecting to feel sad, and I didn't feel sad, and actually didn't know how to square that in my head, even though that is technically more realistic to the feeling of losing someone. So it actually did feel closer to the feeling of losing someone, than just feeling sad and just hitting that emotional beat that we sort of expected. And I think that's what they're doing really well in this entire trilogy, is like mapping to the emotional feelings that we had in the original. There was a moment in one of my videos a while back where it was post remake before Rebirth, where I talked about them trying to create an unreliable world, rather than just an unreliable narrator. And I talked about it being that they wanted to sort of like recreate the feelings that we had when we played the original. Like when we played the original, like 70% of the damn game, it was a mystery. We didn't know what was happening. Not until the live stream sequence did we kind of finally get some sort of or some answers to like what's going on with Cloud, what is his whole thing. Tifa also seems like she's sort of confirming some of the things that Sephiroth says, but that doesn't make sense. There's parts of the past that she's also questioning. So what really is the answer? Like, there are so many questions that we all experience for 70% of the original game. And here we are in 2025, a year after Rebirth, 5 years after Remake, where we still don't have answers and it's still a mystery. So in terms of like recreating that emotional journey of the original as a player, they're recreating those emotions, I think, really well. They're, rather than just remake the game, they're remaking the sort of like emotional experience of playing FF7. Now, in a way, it kind of sucks because it's stretched out over 7 years. So it's not as quite as satisfying as when you play the original and you just do it all in one shot and you get all the answers, you know, within that playthrough, and you get all the resolution, you feel everything in one sort of sitting of the game. So they can't recreate that, but they can recreate, you know, the excitement and the joy and the confusion and the sadness and the hollowness and like all of those things that we felt as players. So I was just a little bit on a soapbox, but let me catch up with chat because I know you guys have been like going, sending a lot of stuff. I see Aerith being playable, but only Cloud and only Cloud, no other party members. Yeah, I've talked about on other streams how it'd be kind of cool if in a weird way in Cloud and his like state of denial or whatever it is before the live stream sequence, before he finds out the truth, like if he can somehow tap into Aerith's abilities or do sort of like a synergy with Aerith's spirit. So similar to how Zack did with Cloud in the ending of the game, where Cloud was somewhere else and Zack was still doing synergy attacks with Cloud. I thought there could be something there. Sephiroth and that could very much be Grief feeling something we're not expecting. Yeah. Part 3 will have Zack and Aerith team up. Aerith said goodbye in Remake 2 when she told Cloud not to fall in love with her. She knew just not when. Hope you're doing good. Just wanted to support. Thank you, Somgul. Abides. I felt sadness during Aerith's trial. Baby Aerith crying and lamenting that she couldn't help her dying mother destroyed me more than a faithful recreation of Aerith's dying ever could. Yeah. I mean, there's, yeah, 2 really sad, big emotional moments with her. The trial, and then also I feel like the church goodbye. Is very much on point. I think one additional brain scratcher I still have: is Cloud's dream only a lie, or does it serve a greater purpose for him individually? Can denial be a good thing at times? I mean, it seems like Aerith kind of might be perpetuating the lie in a way to sort of like keep him from fully falling into despair and grief. That's so in that way, I guess it's kind of is a good thing. It can take time to really process your thoughts and feelings. The programmer's a really good point. I think I also feel a sense of confusion in my sadness. Her interaction with Cloud in the church was reading as a sadness of a goodbye, but then we see her, yeah. I think Cloud and the players confused. Empty is the word of the day. It comes before acceptance. FF7 re-empty, yeah. Refill. Yeah, FF7 Refill. That'll be the title of the third game. Yeah, when I lost my father, I felt more confused than anything for the longest time, especially having the emotional rock of my family. Having to be the emotional rock of my family, yeah. Sorry for your loss. With 2 ways to refill the game with sorry, shoot. I lost track. Sometimes that overwhelming sadness over death doesn't hit you until the funeral, seeing the wake and then the tears flow. Yeah, I mean, there was one, I remember being at a burial, and it was for my uncle, and one of his best friends growing up was actually kind of the life of the like funeral / burial in a way, like really telling a lot of funny stories and sort of like keeping us all up. And I remember thinking, was like, wow, I haven't really seen him cry yet. And then we were at the, you know, the burial, and the whole ceremony happened, and then everyone started to sort of like, you know, leave and do their own thing. And then he was standing there by himself, and that's where I saw him, it all pour out. So the timing of all the emotions can be very different. The Row Mansion, not the fake Beagle one, we'll have it, don't worry. I think the sadness people were looking for with Aerith's death will come about in part 3 when Cloud is actually processing and mimics real life in that way to an extent. Yeah, it's a great point, Key Machine. Second you on Cloud's dream. Since my initial video, I personally changed my video on that dream's view, I guess, on that dream specifically. Still think it's not real, but I think the imagery around it being positive, hopeful, the rainbows, etc. tells us something. I think it's essential to Cloud's return. Yeah. I'm interested in how they all will have their stages of grief portrayed in part 3, as none of them have went through the full 7 stages as of yet. 7 steps before the end, yeah. Not so much denial as shock if Cloud could do synergies with Aerith. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. When Max said he felt empty, I agreed. Emptiness is what I felt at the end of Rebirth. Are you guys now on board with Hollow being Cloud feeling empty after losing Zack? And other layers inside of it, of course. It's just Cloud's hollowness after witnessing loss in general. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's generally what I've always thought it is. I haven't tied it specifically to Zack. Like, I think it's any kind of loss, right? It could be the loss of Zack. I mean, as you're saying, like, hollowness in general, or loss in general. But, like, I think it's probably Zack, Aerith, even his mother. So I think, like, yes, I think it relates to that. I mean, I always sort of saw Hollow weirdly as, like, I talked about it in my, like, replay of the OG. By the way, hey, CBZ. I talked about it in my replay of the OG. I had this reading of Hollow where it felt like Cloud reminiscing on the Hollow feeling that he had throughout the original game and Advent Children over the losses that he experienced. I mean, God, I hate talking about the lyrics of these songs because people get into shipping bullshit and, like, I just don't care about the shipping angle. It's like, but if I say, oh, I think he's talking about this character, that character, suddenly you're, like, technically shipping those two characters. That's not true. But my take on, like, one of the lines that really stood out to me, I guess it relates to Zack too, if I remember correctly. But he talks about, like the smile. It was like the smile. He was like, it was like the confusion around the smile during like in the Hollow lyrics. He talks about, like, why were you smiling, basically? Or like, I was so confused by the smile. And what I remember is, like, the first smile that I remembered was Aerith when she's dying, when she gets killed in the Forgotten Capital. You know, as she's praying, she looks up at Cloud and, like, smiles, and then, like, dies. But now that I think about it, I guess Zack, during his death on the, you know, hill near, like on the ledge near Midgar, I'm pretty sure he's, like, smiling too. So it is interesting, right? That, like, the sort of, like, both of the major deaths that we know that he's witnessed, seemingly the people are kind of, like, smiling and reassuring during their death. So there's maybe something there. Cloud and Zack is the correct ship. I agree. I prefer Sephiroth than Cloud. Yeah, I'm down with that. I think that one's always fun. I like the fun crack ships, if anything. I spent 45 years together in the same pod. How to realize how to thought it through. Would you be here in my embrace? Shipping will always be a stupid discussion one could have. Why does it matter the relation status of fictional characters? It's not even like this is a love story. At least then I'd get why. I mean, Grant, I would say, like, I don't technically have a problem with people really being passionate about their ships, right? Like, it's about characters, right? Like, they're really invested in, like, this character and how they affect one another. You know, there is beautiful stuff to, like, how much Tifa is, like, influences how much of her life is influenced by Cloud, how much she influences him. Like, there are beautiful moments, and then, like, similar with, like, Cloud and Aerith in terms of, like, the impact they have on each other. And so people relating to those stories and, like, really loving them and wanting to make fan art around them and, like, fanboy and fangirl around them makes sense to me. Like, I think that's great. That's cool. I just don't understand the actual wars between them. Like, weirdly, it's a controversial take, but it's like, it is the one part of the game, even the original, that you can sort of, like, choose it's up to you, whoever, you have a relationship with, ship with or whatever, that's up to the player. So like, it's always been, I don't know, it's just like the one aspect of the game that was like up to player choice. So it just feels like everything's canon, right? Like, I don't know. I don't want to get into that whole thing, but I should say I get people being passionate about it. I get that. I just don't understand the toxicity around like my ship versus your ship. That just doesn't. It's just foolish to me. Aerith break cloud walls with your minute. Yeah, to undermine the other side. Embrace me, let us defy together. I will not end, nor will I have you end. The developer sees the hell out of cloud. And, yeah. All right, so let's then get to the other message. So there's another message from Grant. It was right before he left it yesterday night. So I haven't listened to this one yet. So let's check it out.
Yo, what's going on, SubTXT? I kept forgetting to record this, but now that I remembered, what I wanted to share is that I love specifically about the ending is how subtly it conveys character perspectives. Because I see a lot of people who think that in the ending there, that Tifa, when you see her and she looks at Cloud holding Aerith and it cuts, he's holding her hand to his face and there's blood, there's no blood. A lot of people think that's Tifa seeing multiple worlds, and I don't think that's the case. I think what they're trying to convey to that scene is that what Tifa sees is reality, what actually happened. And the reason I say that is because going into part 3, we're going to have this war of the narrators, essentially. Even though she's not a narrator, it's really Cloud is the unreliable narrator, but they want Tifa to be our reliable narrator in the situation, to where later when we get to the live stream sequence, especially considering we cleared up her confusion that she has in the original, in this game, in the Gongaga scene, they want
Oh, sorry, I need to like rewind this a little bit.
A lot of people think that's Tifa seeing multiple worlds, and I don't think that's the case. I think what they're trying to convey to that scene is that what Tifa sees is reality, what actually happened. And the reason I say that is because going into part 3, we're going to have this war of the narrators, essentially. Even though she's not a narrator, it's really Cloud is the unreliable narrator, but they want Tifa to be our reliable narrator in the situation, to where later when we get to the live stream sequence, especially considering we cleared up her confusion that she has in the original, in this game, in the Gongaga scene, they want Tifa's perspective to be true reality. And we see that in the ending, but here I think what they're conveying there is that what Tifa sees is that Aerith is dead, and what Cloud is seeing is that she's alive and it's a delusion. And if you notice, the Genova greenish effect is used for Cloud. Here it's more of a black and gray one that like fades to like show that she's seeing reality. And Jesus. I think they're heavy here on the idea of what Cloud's seeing is a dream, and is that he's in denial and that he can't accept that Aerith is dead. Even when he tries to stop Sephiroth, she still dies. If he tried, he even did try. I see a version where the whole thing is even a dream, where like he doesn't even try. Like he never actually tried. It's all a dream of he tried to stop and saved her.
I mean, yeah, just to stop on that, I will say that's always been my read on that, in terms of like him envisioning doing it. Because like we've all been there, right? Where we're in a situation and we can literally picture ourselves doing something that we don't actually do. We can like almost visually see it, even if we don't actually do it. So I do think that is what they are capturing in that ending. I think the thing that throws a bit of a wrench in all this really is the Cosmo Canyon NPC, that famous NPC, just because it says like, what if the live stream treats those dreams just as real as anything else? And like, hence it seems like the worlds are born out of people's dreams. And then we see the worlds operating like as actual places where actual things happen, like in the Zack verse. So yeah, like I don't think it's just a weird thing that they're playing with in this trilogy, in terms of like what is real, what isn't. Sephiroth even says that, right? Like, is this all, is any of this real, or is this all a fever dream? I think it's kind of both. It's weirdly both a dream, but also real. That's why the white materia taken from Aerith's dream can be taken back to the quote unquote real world and have an effect on it. But anyway, let me continue.
And I think the perspective switch is easily confirmed in the ending, where we see Cloud with Aerith, and we cut to Tifa's perspective, and you could see she's not there, and Cloud is looking and acting. Yeah. It's really well directed, you know, that he's looking, nodding his head like there's a person there. There's no person there.
It's one of my favorite shots actually in the ending, is like the shot where it's like Cloud and Aerith looking back at Tifa, then back on Tifa, looking back at Cloud, and then you see just how essentially delusional Cloud is, you know, really caught by even the smile on his face. Everything about it is just off. And then just that feeling of like sadness and confusion in Tifa's face. Just, God, it's so good.
And I think, hopefully the next part is going to be able to convey what fully went down here. I think the real events are Sephiroth wants negative emotions, and hopefully part 3 will clarify what that is, because I don't fully understand what he was trying to do here. You know, it's a little confusing what his actual objective was.
Wait, where?
Yeah, hopefully the next part is going to be able to convey what fully went down here. I think the real events are Sephiroth wants negative emotions, and hopefully part 3 will clarify what that is, because I don't fully understand what he was trying to do here. You know, it's a little confusing what his actual objective was at the Forgotten Capital. I think it was a test run of some kind for something he's going to try to pull off on a grander scale with the Meteor and the Wutai War, with everybody succumbing to like negative emotions and stuff. But that's all speculative. I really can't tell you. But I think.
I mean, what I can say about that at least is, I think I still don't fully understand it completely either. But there is like an active corruption of the Lifestream that I think is being portrayed. And it's like most obviously portrayed in the part where Sephiroth is like floating above the Forgotten Capital, and he like raises his hand, and then you see Lifestream like coming out of the rift above him in the sky, and it's like pure green Lifestream, and then it becomes black, and it like changes. And I think it's basically about Sephiroth maybe like gaining control over the Lifestream, like him having his influence over the Lifestream, which then has an influence over reality itself, potentially, so that he can then remake the world in the way that he wants it to be. That's the way that I see it, at least. You also see that same imagery in Advent Children when he does the same shit. He's floating above the city, puts his hand up, and then suddenly there's like black sort of like Lifestream things come pouring out of the sky. You see that in Advent Children too. So that's that. The other thing is, I think it relates to what Tifa talks about with Bugenhagen, where like Bugenhagen is like, oh, the Lifestream just fades away. And then Tifa's like, but does it actually go away? And there's like actually, I have to just pull it up, because I'm like obsessed with that conversation, because I still don't have like a good answer for it, but I think it's going to be super important. Where is it? Tifa. What did I title it? Oh, I think I titled it The Planetarium Scene and Questions. Yeah. So let me pull this up. And let me make it. Let's make this fit. in the thing.
Features the
returns to the
saying that.
So much about this I find fascinating, right? Like in terms of like, listen for the music cue and how the music shifts when Tifa starts questioning things.
Of course, these are but basic principles of planet.
You hear it goes, do 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 do. It's almost like opening a new. Yeah, the music's spoiling us. I know Max talks about this a lot. Hi, Adobison. Thank you for following. I know Max talks about this a lot of like this music as being spoilers. But
So you're saying that Mako is spiritual energy, which we're using up.
Just so. Siphoned from the planet and processed for industry. That energy can no longer fulfill its true purpose. It is fated to fuel man's machinery, then fade away.
And then listens to the music. So he says, it is fated to fuel man's machinery and fade away. Now listen.
Okay, but does it actually fade away? I mean, what if it doesn't? What if it just returns to the Lifestream in a different form? Is that possible?
So I just find something really interesting to Tifa's question, right? Of like, what if it doesn't just fade away? What if it just returns to the Lifestream in a different form? And I think that form is maybe so like here he's talking about the Shinra, like the Mako processing. I wonder if it's making a relationship in some way to like the corruption of the Lifestream, like that the negative Lifestream. And like if the negative Lifestream overpowers the regular, does it sort of like change the nature of the world itself? And so is that why Sephiroth is looking to corrupt so much of the Lifestream to then, you know, flip and sort of like dictate what reality is? I don't know. That's just like one. Either way, I think like this question is massive and is going to be huge. It's not, as far as I know, this is not something from the original. But they point at it constantly. Like she asks about it before the planetarium scene, asks about it after the planetarium scene. It becomes like a whole part of like Bugenhagen's like arc of like, oh, stop circling Tifa while saying massive. God damn it, circular staircase. I'm talking about the dialogue. But I don't know. They're like, what we know as the truth is this. This is all we've ever known. All we've ever known about how the Lifestream works is this.
Entirely depleted.
It fades away and the planet dies. That was our understanding of everything going into the original. In the original. And Rebirth via Tifa seems to be introducing something slightly different, or build a next step. Maybe it relates to, you know, the whole Omega thing where the Lifestream then goes off to another planet. I don't know. But either way, it's questioning this basic premise of like how the world works. That is pretty fundamentally different from at least what we've ever understood. Keen Bean, in RL, energy doesn't disappear, it just transfers elsewhere, I guess, real life. A certain amount of fuel energy can be measured in the volume of food we consume. We produce more food as we use more energy to harvest it. Similar, right? Like, I guess we consume, we take all this like oil and we turn it into gas, which we then use as energy, and then it becomes something else, right? Like it becomes CO2, it pollutes our environment, it has an effect on our climate. Like the energy just doesn't go away, right? It's like a similar thing, which of course then Barrett in 2 years is be like, yeah, let's just fuck the planet up in a different way. Let's pump some oil, baby. So yeah, Kind of the issues of the compilation continue to Plants Love CO2 though. Sure, but it's also choking us all to death. For the love of God, Nojima rewrite Barrett's future. So anyway, that was all inspired by the message, right? From Caleb, where he was talking about that changing of the energy, or what happens to it. Okay, so let's play. Continue to play.
The point is that he needed Cloud to succumb to grief, and Aerith's death is the biggest part of that. And I think Aerith's gambit here was that she projects herself while she's dead from the live stream or whatever to him and tells him it's okay. Like it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that was to deny him of accepting her death. I think she did that to stop him in this moment, because he can't cave now. He can't accept it yet. And I think our hope was that he would.
I have proof for you, Caleb. I have it for Grant. I have proof for you.
After the battle, after he would realize that she's dead. And she tells him it's okay to prevent him from falling. And that's why Sephiroth is like, I underestimate. He wouldn't expect her to do that. He wouldn't expect her to put herself in a situation where she's lying to him. And so that's why he's like, I underestimate her. But what he does realize at the end of that boss fight is that her gambit here plays perfectly into his hand, because now Cloud believes that she's alive. And this allows him to replace the alive Aerith with Genova. Admittedly, I'm all in on this theory because to me, it's such a compelling idea that he would replace Aerith, like tarnish her memory in that way, especially with how much they highlighted and have gone all in on, she can replace the people you hate, that you fear, and that you love. And we've yet to see Genova replace someone you love, lying to him.
Well, so I got to go back a little bit.
Like Sephiroth is like, I underestimate. He wouldn't expect her to do that. He wouldn't expect her to put herself in a situation where she's lying to him. And so that's why he's like, I underestimate her. But what he does realize at the end of that boss fight is that her gambit here plays perfectly into his hand, because now Cloud believes that she's alive. And this allows him to replace the alive Aerith with Genova. Admittedly, I'm all in on this theory because to me, it's such a compelling idea that he would replace Aerith, like tarnish her memory in that way, especially with how much they highlighted and have gone all in on, she can replace the people you hate, that you fear, and that you love. And we've yet to see Genova replace someone you love, who you fear and hate. Fear is Sephiroth. Everybody's afraid of Sephiroth. Hate is, Rufus hates, Glenn and that. So they've done those perspectives, but we've yet to see the someone you love part. And that's why I think it's such an interesting idea to have him impersonate Aerith and twist her memory that way. And I could see that being used to further stray Cloud from the party early in part 3 and later break him at the crater. And it's going to be heartbreaking because of how much denial he's in and how much he fully wants to believe this. So yeah. I and of course just the shot composition by the water and in the pre-rendered scene of how they shoot Aerith, the like low angle cut off her eye shot, her eyes like keep them out of frame shot. Like it's such an interesting look to frame this. But I've talked enough here. That's all I wanted to share. Hopefully you enjoy and appreciate what I had to share. Yeah.
Thank you. So Polo Boy, Polo Bow, by the way, on YouTube, SubTXT Live with SubTXT. Oh boy, is that how it reads on the YouTube title? I really don't remember what it was. But yes, I am live talking about the subtext of FF7 Rebirth. Let me see, what is this? I think the title makes sense. Okay. Anyway, so I'm not. When I first played, I'm sorry, it's a real talk. When I first played Rebirth and beat it, my thought on Aerith at the end, I thought it was all Genova, pretty much all Genova. And that was before Max talked about it, because I beat the game in March, like a week after it came out, and then Max beat it like in April, and then talked about that. It just made sense for a lot of the reasons that Grant talked about, in terms of, you know, they set up that Genova trickery so much. We know what happens in like the second disc of the original, when the Whirlwind Maze, where he impersonates a party member. I think it's usually Tifa, in order to sort of like get the black materia, because Cloud leaves it with someone safe, either Barrett or Red 13. So I was like, okay, like that'd be fucked up, right? Like to play into his delusion and then flip it on him, etc. I'm not as sold on that as I was when I first beat it, or like Grant seems to be, because for sure the Aerith at the end that says goodbye, it just doesn't make sense, right? That would be Genova. It has to be Aerith. And so if that Aerith is Aerith, then I think the Aerith in the rest of the plane scene is essentially Aerith. And there's a video that we're going to watch either today. Oh no, I think I have it as my first one to watch, from Wick, who's in the community. And he made it like this week, and he sent it to me last night or yesterday. And I was like, this is great. Like if you want to publish it, I'll react to it. So we'll check it out. But he talks a lot about that scene that people have sort of questions. I'm still 50-50 on the Aerith at the water. I think that could be, you know, a bit of Genova trickery. But I don't know. Like that's the one that is sort of like strange, especially in terms of like the music and the other sort of like ways that they treat it, the way it's shot, all that stuff. We talked about this last week with Sleep Easy. So it's possible that one is, and it plays into sort of the mind games that Grant talks about. The other thing he's talked about in his voice message, though, that I want to talk about is this bit from the dev interviews. Because he talked about believing that Aerith sort of like did something to wrap. I need to like zoom it in, I guess, more manually, so you guys can see it. So they had this interview in the Ultimania, and it was about this like underestimated you moment. And so the interviewers, this is in the Ultimania. Just see if I can scooch it. There we go. Right before the final battle begins, Sephiroth says, "I underestimated you. Who is the line directed at?" Nojima. Again, there's a writer. It must be Aerith. When Sephiroth started to put his plan to reunite the worlds into action, Aerith rose up to prevent it. I had a screenshot of this in my video in one section, but I was like afraid of the video being crazy long, so I just said it as a statement of fact. But this is there. At first, Sephiroth didn't consider Aerith a major force to be reckoned with, but recognizing the obstacle that she's proved to up to this point, he remarks on how he underestimated her. But in terms of like Aerith rose up to prevent it. Two things about this whole quote. One, so yes, I think what Grant talked about in his voice message of like Aerith sort of appearing and smiling and saying Cloud, it's okay, was a way for her to prevent, you know, this like merger of worlds. Like Sephiroth says, all right, it's time, you know, the time is upon us, reuniting the worlds, you know, and then this happens, right, where, and he's like feeding on the negative shit. He's like feeding on like all the negative feelings. But by Aerith sort of like doing that with Cloud, it sort of like cut off that negativity, which we then see manifest in the gameplay itself, because Cloud doesn't have his limit break. Everyone else has their limit break, but Cloud doesn't. So it seems like she emotionally stabilized Cloud in that moment, which helped sort of prevent this merger. So I do think there is like actual evidence and proof to what Grant talked about there. The other thing in this quote is, right, it's like Sephiroth, at first Sephiroth didn't consider Aerith a major force to be reckoned with. You know, if you want to take it in the direction that like all this is still the original in a way and not some kind of like pseudo sequel or requel, whatever, this is definitely a bit of the evidence you could point to, right? Because like Sephiroth should, if Sephiroth is aware of everything and the future, which I think he is, then technically this quote doesn't add up to that, right? Like he should recognize Aerith as a major force to be reckoned with, because, you know, it's her and what she does with the live stream at the end of OG that stops Meteor. So in theory, he should be sort of like aware of it. But I don't know how much to take, you know, of that wording. But it's just something to consider, right? So there's that. Let me go back to our main things. We continue to step through stuff. So we have a few more things to look at. That was all the voice messages. So if you want to leave a voice message yourself, that I can listen to and respond to, you can do that on the Discord. The Discord invite link is pins at the top of the YouTube. At the top of YouTube, the YouTube chat. And then also, if you type !Discord on Twitch, you will also get the link. Sorry, I'm just distracted trying to get this set up. Back to where it was. But I could type it in chat too. But on Twitch, !Discord. Let's get the Discord link. Yeah, Circle Staircase beat me to it. Let me just quickly catch up with some stuff. Sleep Easy. The fact that he underestimated her really makes it sound like a rebuild rather than a remake. Yeah, I was just talking about that. Sleep Easy. I always thought the Aerith that talks at the end felt like Genova, but the silent one felt like Aerith. Yeah, I mean that's basically, that is an interesting thing. OST Mustus. Mustus, I don't know. But yeah, so one at the water, the Aerith at the water. No, it doesn't fully hang together, right? Because like then Aerith that's by herself does say goodbye. I was about to say, oh, that is interesting that there is a version of Aerith that talks and a version of Aerith that doesn't talk. But I don't know if it really tracks one to one. Sorry, I'm just like, there's a lot of chats, so I can't read them all. Let's post an FF7 theory video that blew my mind. So Matt, we're going to talk about that one today, I think at some point, if I have time before stream ends at 5 o'clock, which is about 3.5 hours away. So we'll see. We'll see if we get to it. Yes, that's on the list for today or next week. It's just I have a hard stop on this stream today because I have to go see friends tonight. So I can't stream how I usually would, which would just be over and over. Which would just be like however long it takes to get through everything. I'm just catching up and see if there's anything else in chat to talk about. I would not expect the devs to do anything other than obfuscate and misdirect the audience in the interviews, which they should be doing. Yeah. The water Aerith might just be creepy because they're trying to convey Cloud is still seeing her. Yeah, for all right, so let me get to the next thing. Oh, I'm an idiot. Because I need to be in full screen. Damn it. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. When you stream, you need to like fight with OBS a lot more than you would want to, just to make sure everything looks the way it needs to. Okay, so we're in it. Let me just bring chat up. F? Oh, wait, did the stream die? Uh-oh. Did the stream die? We're back. Okay, yes, we're back. How about on YouTube? Screen went dead for a bit. YouTube, can you all see or refresh? Actually didn't get anything back. Okay, so if you're having an issue, just to refresh. Nothing even came up on my OBS, which is weird. Like there was no like drop frames thing. There was a 0.7% drop at some point. We're back. Okay. Good. So before we get into the theory videos, I want to talk about a few things that, like, I had like a big list in my phone that I went through yesterday. That was it was just like, it was there were notes, there were thoughts as I was playing the game a second time for the video. And then as I was like making the video, they were like, I had like a list of like things I still don't understand. And a lot of them we've talked about actually over the course of either both my video or all these streams. And again, you can check out all of the streams on my VOD channel. And then now they're also on YouTube. So there's a VOD channel on YouTube, but also now since I have streaming up and running on YouTube, you can just watch them here as well on the live tab. I hope it doesn't screw with my algorithm. I know Max has talked about having to like sort of like pull the lives and like re-upload them as videos. I haven't had to run into that yet. Like I feel like they've done well view-wise. But I don't know. I need to sort that all out. But anyway, so there's a few things that I wanted to talk about. So one of them comes from this conversation. It was actually between Nico and Max months ago. It was on Nico's stream after he beat the game. And then Max joined. They talked about here. I think in this clip, it's just Nico talking. But it's like this question of like, why did Sephiroth aim to break fate if he still wants to maintain it? You know, with everything so far, including up to Aerith's death, right? Like, and you'll hear what Nico has to say. And I think it's a semi-interesting question. I think we have some answers for that now, but it's just an entertaining clip. So I wanted to play it.
But here's the thing. Here's what I don't get, right? Here's what I don't fucking understand. This whole weird timeline bullshit all happened because Sephiroth at the end of Remake essentially goaded everybody into saying, come get me, bitch. And the Whispers were like, no, fuck you, no. And then we beat the Whispers and create this weird fractured, like, insane, crazy version of like all these different things.
Oh my God, I think I know what it is, chat. Wait. How am I connected right now? I'm connected over Ethernet. Okay. Yeah, because I have my Wi-Fi turned off. Okay, I actually am Ethernet, never mind.
Things happening. Portal into another universe. But here's the thing. Here's what I don't get, right? Here's what I don't fucking understand. This whole weird timeline bullshit all happened because Sephiroth at the end of Remake essentially goaded everybody into saying, come get me, bitch. And the Whispers were like, no, fuck you, no. And then we beat the Whispers and create this weird fractured, like, insane, crazy version of like all these different things happening. So why is it then, because that just seems like, what does that seem to me? That seems like it makes Sephiroth's job way harder, because now Sephiroth has to go and kill every version of Aerith out there. Now there's 3 billion different Aeriths that I have to kill. Fuck, I only had one before. There's 1 million more. Why? Why does he feel like he needs to go out there, kill all of them, and then now he's gonna bring it all back or something? Like, almost seems like he just made his work way harder. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to understand why he felt the need to break up the world into a billion different alternate potential universes where these things could happen, but they inevitably die anyway. To then in a new version where we're going to now take all of these alternate potential possibilities and bring it together. So then for what, of course, right? The big answer of what the fuck are we gonna fucking do with all of these things together? What is this? What does he even fucking want? We still don't actually know. We don't have any idea. We all just assume that it's like he wants to blow the world up. But he tried that already and it didn't work. Omni Sephiroth promoting
So there's something interesting to that question because it actually relates to John Q's video that we'll watch later. But that aspect of potentially, you know, having these fractured worlds and then removing Aerith from all of them. But yeah, that was, I remember that was something I definitely thought about when I was just thinking about everything and thinking about this potential plan from Sephiroth in terms of like, you know, we see him seemingly hunting Aerith in all the different realities that have emerged. And it's like, why, right? Like that making his job even harder. It's just a funny way to sort of like think about it. Unless it's to sort of like create the conditions where he could sort of scrub her from all the other worlds like John talks about that we'll watch later. And then I guess have one without her in it. I don't know. Baby Doll said Sephiroth didn't goad the party. He opened the portal to take Cloud to the edge of creation so they could chat. Aerith opened the portal to the singularity. The remake scripts confirm this. I would have to revisit that. I don't remember it saying that explicitly. I know that there are script pages. But I don't have them like super handy. Unless, where is that? Shoot, I know I have it somewhere. Oh, actually, I think I saved it. Hold on, give me 1 second. If I could find it quickly, we could pull it up and look at it. Just gotta find the right folder it's in. Oh, here we go. Retranslated scripts. Let's actually see if we can check it out. Has to be one of the last ones. Destiny's Crossroads. Okay, here it is. Let's download it and then pull it. Downloads. What is a tab? Yeah. Zoom in more. Yeah. Let's check this out. Sephiroth gently lands with a faint thump, not far away. Cloud turns his head towards him. Sephiroth doesn't disappear this time, and Cloud finally stands ready to face him. Aerith holds out an arm to stop Barret. Aerith is the only one who realizes this Sephiroth is different from the one they encountered in the Shinra building. By the way, that's interesting, right? Like, I know there have been conversations about the different Sephiroths. Natalie Sasente, gotta go. Have a great day, folks. Thank you, SubTXT, for the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out. So there's been conversation with the different Sephiroths and how the Ultimania talks about them, and they do. And it's interesting here that Aerith recognizes that the Sephiroth at the edge, at the end of the highway, is different from the other one they've encountered. So again, just like reestablishing these like multiple iterations of Sephiroth. The next moment, Red 13 lets out a growl as if perceiving something by scent. The others shrink back as well, puzzled by the transcendent aura emanating from Sephiroth. Then he starts his bullshit. The others are having trouble following the pair's conversation. This is between Aerith and Sephiroth. Sephiroth turns his gaze to Cloud. So it's kind of interesting, right? It's sort of like Omni Aerith, Omni Sephiroth having a bit of a conversation that nobody else understands. Cloud interprets this to mean that Sephiroth is aiming to put an end to the planet. The planet isn't what's going to end. You are. A boom rings out. Sephiroth looks at the sky. So the big whisper thing heads toward the back of him, right? And it says, ear-splitting shrieking echoes throughout the city. A black cloud, a throng of whispers, fills the sky and begins to envelop Midgar in a sort of dome. Cloud and his companions grimace and hold their hands over the ears. Sephiroth is unperturbed. On the contrary, he's quite at ease. The cries of destiny. A wall forms behind Sephiroth at the precipice of the expressway. Cloud clutches his head against the agony of the cries of destiny. The whispers surround the whole group. A special whisper interference effect, different from Cloud's mnemonic interference, mnemonic interference, is displayed on screen. The cries of destiny are the screams of the planet. Aerith later alludes to this. Then there's like an omitted section. Aerith 2 is pained by the cries of destiny. Oh, this is Zack stuff. Aerith 2 is pained by the cries of destiny. She struggles with all her might and lifts her head. The cries of destiny subside and the scene cuts to Sephiroth. A wall suddenly appears. It's actually a dome, but to Cloud and the others, it looks like a wall. That's an interesting fact that they have to like, that they specified that, right? Like, I know we see the dome side of it with Zack, but I just never really thought about that. The fact that like, that they clarify it's actually a dome, but to Cloud, it looks like a wall. Sephiroth brandishes his katana at the wall of whispers. A cut appears in the wall and widens into a hole. The interior of the hole has a perilous look, as though the whispers within have been liquefied. Sephiroth inserts his hand into the hole with an ominous sound effect. He turns around and looks at Cloud with an inviting gaze. Come quickly, Cloud. Even that version of the dialogue, instead of like, I'm waiting, Cloud, is in the localization, it says, I'm waiting, Cloud. Interesting that it seems like the more accurate translation is come quickly, Cloud, especially if he's trying to get Cloud isolated in something before Aerith does her effect on the hole. It just sounds so ridiculous to describe in some ways. Though this may sound like a summons to the reunion, Sephiroth's real intention here is to invite Cloud beyond the wall and tell him the truth of the planet's fate. With a slight smile, he passes through the wall. Cloud gazes at the wall for a moment with hesitation, then starts to follow Sephiroth through. As he does, Aerith grabs hold of him to make him stop. Our path branches here. Again, different dialogue. Like the actual more accurate dialogue, quite different from what we got in English. Because she says in English, there's no turning back from here or something, or this is the point of no return, is what she says. But our path branches here. Interesting. Cloud halts his advance and shows he's ready to listen to what Aerith has to say. Aerith lets go of him. Everyone's eyes naturally settle on Aerith. She touches the wall with her hands. Upon doing so, a ripple of light spreads out like an ocean filled with nocticulae. This is Destiny's Crossroads. Why did you stop me? I'm not sure. What will we find on the other side? Aerith thinks about it for a moment and seems to find the right word. Freedom. Her response echoes Zack's line. Everyone's gaze shifts to the wall. Let me slide this over. But freedom is scary, isn't it? Like the sky. Aerith slowly turns back. This is fascinating, by the way, to like look at in retrospect. I haven't looked at this since the end of Remake, like in the time between Remake and Rebirth. Aerith slowly turns back to the others. Despite her confusion, she feels she must express how she feels about dragging everyone into all this. You heard him, didn't you? The screams of the planet. But you heard them, didn't you? The screams of the planet. Barrett catches his breath. Aerith, they're the voices of people who once lived on this planet, the cries of lives cycling our world. There are times where it's just like that. This is the Ultimania script, yeah. There are times where like this, the more direct translation is like so much clearer. But the cries of lives cycling our circle, or it's like cycling our world. Interesting. It's difficult to understand what Aerith is trying to say. Cloud questions her. Crying because of Sephiroth. Yes, but that man, he doesn't care about things like screaming. Aerith holds the thoughts and feelings of all who live on the planet dear to her heart. The priceless time we get to spend, the joy and happiness we feel, it all means nothing to him. Aerith continues as if posing a question to everyone. And when the people precious to us are gone, he won't cry or shout or anything like that. Each member of the group pictures the people they cherish and wish to protect. There are close-up shots of Barrett, Tifa, and Red's faces. Barrett thinks of Marlene, Tifa of the comrades she lost, and Red of his hometown. Cloud gazes at Tifa, then looks at Aerith. Aerith continues, now more passionately. All Sephiroth values is the planet and himself. He'd do anything to protect them, but the way he wants to do it is all wrong. Aerith believes the planet would surely never desire Sephiroth's method of keeping it from dying, a method that involves sacrificing the people on it. Sephiroth is a true enemy of the planet. That's why I need to stop him. Cloud, I hope you... She looks around at the rest of her companions, and everyone else will help me do it. With all of us together, I know we can pull it off. Aerith starts to lose momentum and speaks now with less confidence. But this wall is the wall of destiny. If we go through it, if we go beyond it, then all of us will change too. I guess that's why I held you back. God, this just still feels so... Hey, SubTXT, let's catch up in the VOD. All good. Sorry, there's a whole lot happening in chat, but I'm like locked into reading this again, rereading this and trying to like think about it. But this wall is a wall of destiny. If we go through it, if we go beyond it, then all of us will change too. I mean, it's basically what she says in the English, but again, it just feels like slightly clearer. Just then, the screams of the planet once again swell to fever pitch. Everyone recoils even more forcefully than before. The shrieking spurs Cloud on, and he makes up his mind. The initiative passes from Aerith to Cloud. No point in standing around. Let's take down Sephiroth. Cloud looks around his companions. I'm tired of listening to these screams. Let me see if I can find the other... If there's another script. Let's actually read this one too, because this talks about the edge of creation. And now I'm fucking curious. Now that we're in this shit. Like, I'm finding this fascinating. I don't know about all of you, but I'm finding this fascinating. Let me just catch up a chat a little bit. Where is this from? Sour Artsy. This is from the remake Ultimania Plus. So it's up here in the corner. You can kind of see it, but not really. Let me see if I can zoom even more. This is from the voice script, FF7 Remake Material Ultimania Plus. So it's one of like several Ultimanias that they made for Remake, where this one was like the Material Ultimania Plus. So it was like the third Ultimania or something, I think. And it had scripts, like script pages. And then the Shinra Archaeology Department translated these. So these are the translations of the pages. And I've used them before, like in other videos and stuff. But yeah, these are them. These do not exist yet for Rebirth. There is no Ultimania Plus with any kind of script pages. I wonder if they'll do it or if they'll keep it sort of, you know, open. Aerith realized this Sephiroth is different from the one the Shinra building. This is a very interesting line. Yeah, it's only macaroni. So once they walked into the Singularity, new worlds were born and the boundaries of fate are breached. Yeah, in terms of the initial message that made me look at this, I didn't really see anything that really confirmed explicitly that Sephiroth like opened the portal to take Cloud to the edge of creation. I mean, he does say move quickly or come quickly before like Aerith did the other thing, which is maybe the portal to Singularity, like Baby Doll said. It doesn't literally say that in the words that I see here, at least. But that's one way to interpret it. Sorry, just catching up. Absolutely fascinating, yeah. You can find Sephiroth's words to Cloud right before that final battle in Remake. Seed, are you talking about Edge of Creation or somewhere else? It's been a while. I don't remember what Zach was doing then. Story is also not always straightforward in time. If your body language literate like me, this really helps to have context script like this, like reading a novel. Yeah. I'm glad bringing this up, give you a chance to reread. Yeah, thank you, Baby Doll, for like flagging this. All right, so let's read the Edge of Creation and like what it says. And there's more like stuff underneath in terms of like a staff Q&A. So let's check this out. So first, see if I can lock us in on the one side. An unusual area in space. Okay. Cloud stands alone in the void of outer space. A gaseous nebula spreads out before him. He surveys his surroundings with bewilderment. With a pounding sound effect, his body splits and then rejoins. His head spins. Fuck, even like that language. I remember reading this a while back, and I thought that was interesting. Like his body splits and then rejoins. His head spins. And it's kind of like the original, right? Like in the original, if you remember, they have that effect in especially the Temple of the Ancients, for example, where you see multiple versions of Cloud. It's almost like his body like splitting, and then he has a headache. So it's kind of similar to that. I didn't take that from the way it's shown in Remake, but reading this reminds me of that. But I still prefer the show don't tell mode of storytelling like this so much better than what most games do. Yeah. So when he gets these memory glitches, his body is slipping in real time. It's the real Cloud self bringing him back, maybe? Splitting, yeah, maybe. With each step, his body threatens to split apart. Fuck, again. They're bringing it back. Hold on, I need water. I could feel my voice dying in real time. My voice splitting apart. When he stops walking, it returns to one piece. Cloud appears to stumble and nearly falls down. Just then, a hand grips Cloud's arm and helps him to his feet. The hand's owner is Sephiroth. Careful now. That which lies ahead does not exist. Does not yet exist. Jesus, sorry. The dedication to streaming and reading does to you. Cloud shakes Sephiroth off and draws back, still with his attention on Cloud. Sephiroth turns away and looks at the nebula. It's said our planet will become part of it, but I don't want to disappear, nor would I have you disappear. This is the Edge of Creation. I need your strength, Cloud. Will you join me in defying destiny? Sephiroth holds out his hands. Cloud feels the urge to take it. As if to curb the impulse, he grabs the Buster Sword. I won't. With a troubled expression, Sephiroth... I got water pouring down my nose. With a troubled expression, Sephiroth parries Cloud's assaults, and the two trade blows for a brief time. Too weak. I talk about this in my video, that he's like constantly talking about Cloud's weakness. Sephiroth regains his distance and readies his katana once again, now making a slightly more serious effort. See, it was kind of fucking with Cloud at first. His speed drastically, this is so Dragon Ball coded, by the way. Like, it feels, it's like something like he's like takes it a little more serious. His speed dramatically increases and Cloud can't keep up. It's as if the fight he's put up so far was nothing more than a lie. Unable to move his limbs, Cloud's Buster Sword is then flying and Sephiroth ends up at his back. Sephiroth gently brings his mouth to Cloud's ear. Little ASMR. And there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hold on. Sorry, this is some text. 7 seconds till the end, but it's not too late. Sephiroth flashes a menacing smile. If the two don't join forces, he'll have no choice but to lead Cloud by the nose, as he has up to this point. The future depends on you, Cloud. When Cloud turns around, Sephiroth has vanished, leaving a black feather, black feather fluttering in his wake. Lead him by the nose. What is by the nose specifically making you think? Scenario staff Q&A with Toriyama. Could you please tell us what implication is hidden in the laden phrase 7 seconds till the end? The area in space where Cloud and Sephiroth confront each other in that final scene is a place that one might call the end of the world. It's the edge of space-time where the planet will one day end up, a location in which time seems to have stopped. The planet has only a brief moment of time left, which is symbolized by the line about 7 seconds remaining. When time resumes its flow, whether the end really will come after 7 seconds, or whether some sort of force will act to change the course of space-time is, as Sephiroth says, contingent upon Cloud. This, I think, is the meaning of the phrase. It's interesting to really revisit this stuff. Is a stamp thing? Was it in like the stamp story? I'll need to find the exact wording. Sephiroth has a menacing smile with a close-up of her juicy lips. Yeah. I like the silent look of disappointment Sephiroth gave before drawing the Masamune. Said a lot more compared to just 2 week. Find stamp and the nose are in the Sector 5 bombing chapter. Zach is also referred to as a dog. You're almost panting. Yeah. Leading by the nose is also just an expression for having to force it. Yeah. And Barrett insists on following where Stamp's nose is pointing. He does. I mean, there's definitely symbolism with Stamp and like Cloud and Zach, for sure. Like, I know people have dug into that already. Let's see what other things are mentioned here. So this is like listed as other notable stage directions. So chapter 17, so this is when he sees Sephiroth and their swords clash, and he talks about a touching reunion. So we catch sight of Genova from the front. Here, for the first time, we grasp what she looks like in full. A headless, sinister-looking figure is suspended inside the pod. The party instinctively comes to a halt. Barrett, the hell am I looking at here? Aerith utters the name of Setra's old enemy, Genova. The moment he hears the name, Cloud is struck by interference. At the same time, a black shadow materializes overhead. The indistinct figure swoops down and lands in front of the Genova pod. It's Sephiroth. Cloud's eyes open wide. At this point, no one other than Cloud can see Sephiroth. Cloud's interference continues. The figure of this Sephiroth overlaps with scenes of the past. And that's all they tell us about this scene. We could rewatch that in a second, too. Those who behold the Arbiters of Fate. Massive numbers of whispers traverse the inside of the Shinra building. Even the president's office, whispers stream one after the other from floor to ceiling. Rufus, what is all this? Is something the matter? Sung is unable to see the whispers. The rush of whispers suddenly ceases. Rufus gazes at Sung, trying to determine the significance behind his reaction. A communication comes in for Sung into his communication device. I see, understood. Sung cuts the communication relays what he's heard from Rufus. With masses of whispers before his very eyes, Rufus is filled with doubt when Sung shows signs of sensing anything amiss. Interesting. It's funny because the Gi mentioned that when their planet was dying, the sky shattered and time stopped. Oh, that's a good point, Kyrius. Yeah. As a relation that relates to what's mentioned here, right? Like time stopping. Yeah. Toriyama said that Rufus is only able to see whispers once he fights Cloud. Yeah. All right. So that was interesting. I'll dig more into these scripts between now and next week and see if anything else really stands out that I didn't notice before. Because there might be stuff in hindsight that hits us a little bit differently. Which is cool. I'm excited about that. So yeah, I forgot where I was even going with this whole conversation. But yeah, it's a question of like, why does Sephiroth create so many realities or so many potential worlds where he has to kill every Aerith? You know, if he just has to, if the fate is just to remain the same, you know, even Sephiroth seems okay with Aerith dying, right? He's like, good, Aerith, pray. And then she dies. He laughs about it. He seems happy about it. Granted, there's maybe a different Sephiroth whose sword clashes with Cloud, even if it's in Cloud's head. And that Sephiroth seemingly is like smiling through it, which we talked about before on stream. I don't know. It's just, again, these are the remaining mysteries. Then the next one, when the fuck does this happen? Let's just rewatch this ending. I know people just can wave this one away. They're like, oh yeah, this extra DLC ending is just another stamp world that we didn't see. It's just an example of another world. It probably doesn't matter. It's just an example. I'm like, is it just an example? Like, do you just throw this in at the end of the DLC with like no plans to ever return to it? It's a different fucking reality from any that we saw in Rebirth. Like in Rebirth, every iteration of Zack that we see knows exactly where Aerith is. He grabs her, he saves her, whatever. Every iteration is like thinking, what do I do? Do I save Aerith? Do I save Cloud? Is it one of this? You know, he's like, he's constantly aware of where Aerith is. Every version of Zack that we saw in Rebirth is aware of it. In this version, he's not aware of it. He's like practicing. He's expecting Aerith to be in the church, and he's practicing what to say when he sees her, and then he's surprised when she's not there. But I just don't think this is a throwaway thing. It is a bigger unresolved plot point than the Genesis Vice thing at the end of Dirge. Like, if they never come back to this, I think it's a bigger, like, Genesis, the Dirge thing, I can kind of like wave away, right? They made that shit like 15 years ago. You know, maybe it was actually it actually came out before Crisis Core. So maybe it was just an introduction to Genesis before people play Crisis Core. There's a lot of reasons, or a lot of things that can explain away why they never revisit that Dirge scene. But not revisiting this scene seems really weird to me. To have this be something that they produce and make and put out in 2021 in the middle of, you know, developing everything, to not return to it feels weird. So I don't know if it's another version of how things play out, or you might see in part 3. I don't know if like we come to it at the end of part 3 and it's like this whole other reality that's born. Who the fuck knows? Something should be done with this. Otherwise, it's a hell of a nothing. It's a hell of a red herring, as Chimera Kate talks about. I don't know. This scene is super weird to me. Let me catch up in chat because I think they're already saying stuff. We'll try not to spoil my video because I talk about the scene. But this, actually is the real Zack, in my opinion. Okay. No, I think that ending to the DLC is when Zack sees Sephiroth. He walks into the chapel, notices the people upset, then goes and sits on the steps contemplating. I don't know, Matt, because if that's true, it doesn't really add up. Because if we watch, hold on, let me pull up. Let's just say, let's take your thought and let's run with it for a second, right? Because you're saying that this happens basically before Zack sees Sephiroth. So if that's the case, then in his mind, he doesn't know where the fuck Aerith is. But in the actual scene that we see, hold on, let me see. Maybe I'm like misremembering myself. Zack sees Sephiroth. Let's watch this.
Cloud. Biggs. Or Aerith.
He's like in the midst of like debating his options, right? And one of the options is Aerith. Like he's debating Cloud, Biggs, or Aerith. Like, what do I focus on in this moment? Which seems more continuous with what we've seen up to this point, where he knows where Aerith is.
How the hell am I supposed to choose?
Like he's in the middle of like choosing between those three characters. But then at the end of this DLC scene that we're about to watch, he's expecting to meet Aerith, and then is like, Aerith? Like confused. So it doesn't seem like it lines up with this version of Zack, who seems to not be confused about Aerith's like state. So I don't know if it adds up, Matt, in the way that you propose. Yeah, it's weird. Gotta hop off. Kyle Coakley, thank you for hanging out. This is the Lifestream world where the seventh plate has not fallen. Before the scene, you saw the seventh plate fall. Cloud just sitting off screen somewhere in the rubble. Why would Zack be at the church looking for her and then go back to his decision? Exactly, Toolman, yeah. All right, let's actually watch the scene.
It's been a while, huh? Long time no see. How you been? Listen. Hey. I'm back!
Flowers are wilting.
Aerith?
Problem with watching YouTube videos is like fucking Battlefield 6 multiplayer pops up. Even though I was playing Battlefield 6 on Friday night. It's like, I'm not talking shit on that. I'm just like, get out of my way. So yeah, I still don't have a great answer to that. Steed seems to have a great answer to that and to him. So I guess we'll find out when we watch this video. They're so dead and looking for Aerith. I don't know. Seems like a version of events where the battle with the Whispers and Singularity never happened, but Zack survived. Also, you mentioned something about the sky being clear. Did we ever see the sky? Kind of see it a little bit in the background there, but you don't really see enough to really make a conclusion around whether the rift is there or not. I would assume not, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Hey, Sub, do you ever watch My Theory? Victor, I don't believe so. You can drop a link in chat. I don't know what your theory is, so your name isn't familiar, so I assume I haven't. It's bright and funny. Omni Seph trying to find Omni Earth in different realities. Aerith. Edge of Creation, Sephiroth might be the human side in a way, seeking redemption. Summary of FF7 Rebirth's hidden story. No, I have not heard of it. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have this. Maybe I can add it to the things to watch as we're going through a bunch of theory videos. But yeah, I just have it. I have it saved for now. I don't think I'm gonna get through all of the theory videos today anyway. So if anything, we'll check it out next week. They just discarded it, if I remember. All right. So the next one. These are just big questions, so I don't have great answers. So I know this is like somewhat unsatisfying because I'm like, thank you, Eddie Light, I don't know, for subscribing. So I don't know. I don't know what this, by the way, if you're on YouTube, if you can hit like on the video, that also helps people find the stream as it's happening. So if everyone on YouTube can like the video, can like the stream right now, that'll also help make people aware of it. So I don't have great answers to all these. These are like my big questions. Did it end with Aerith reversing Sephiroth's planned rebirth? Does he now need a new plan? What was I focusing on here? Because I think we've kind of covered this, but basically, it's the thought that like Sephiroth, did he have something in mind to happen with her death? As we kind of talked about with the Ultimania quote that we talked about, seemingly it seemed like Sephiroth's plan was to, you know, soak up all the negative energy, and then Aerith sort of like raised up to prevent it here with this whole action. So we kind of talked about this a bit. So all that is to say, because he says he underestimated her. So I guess my question is like, are we seeing the failure of Sephiroth's plan here in Rebirth, where there's that double meaning of the name Rebirth? Like in Japanese, it means both FF7 Rebirth and FF7 Reverse. So we're kind of seeing the reverse of the rebirthing. Actually, not that interesting of a question. The other one that I have in my head that I just can't shake, was this a chance encounter, right? So let's watch what Kate says about, like in the Loveless play. He says this.
What is the future if not the product of choices past?
By the way, that shit is like, God damn it, why did it go forward?
What is the future if not the product of choices past?
That dialogue itself, right, is like fascinating in terms of like how much seemingly this trilogy is played with like future ideas and the past with the original. It's just I don't know, something about this line always stood out to me.
Each a fork in the road. None can divine the conclusion of every path. And yet, all tales that begin with a chance encounter share the same end. A tearful farewell.
So Kate just talks about like this chance encounter. All chance encounters have the same end of a tearful farewell, which we basically have seen. My only question is like, is this a chance encounter? In the original, it definitely was, right? In the original, Aerith is just standing there Cloud walks up. Fuck me. I'm just trying to tap ahead. So in the original, like Aerith is just here, and then Cloud walks up, and then she's like, "Excuse me," da 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 da. And they have the little conversation, lasts like 2 seconds. But in the remake, like, you have these whispers. I mean, there's also the fact that maybe Sephiroth was delaying him or moving him somewhere, wherever. But even just focusing on this version of the scene, you have like the whispers kind of keeping her in place. She could have potentially moved on already because Cloud was distracted with the Sephiroth moment. It's possible that she could have moved and left, and then here it seems like the whispers are holding her in place. And now she's free. Cloud arrives, suddenly whispers are gone. Sephiroth does his shit, seemingly in Cloud's head.
You are too weak to save anyone. Not even yourself.
Are you okay? Hey, are you okay?
Then they meet, right?
Here, this is
So, I don't know, just thinking about that Kate Sith dialogue in the play, I've just always wondered, because he says, every chance encounter has the same end, a tear for farewell. But technically, this is not a chance encounter. Not anymore. Not in terms of like the Whisper's intervention and stuff. So I don't know. Just an open-ended question that potentially this could lead to something different than what is foretold in the play. That's really it in terms of like the big FF7 remake questions. I guess the other biggest ones we've talked about on stream, like what is Tifa pointing at with what she experienced, and like what is she challenging Bugenhagen on when it comes to like what the live stream becomes. We've talked about that already for like 20 minutes. Why does we talked about this on stream back when during Gungaga? Like, why did Tifa see the sort of like big memory that is the turning point of the original live stream sequence? Like what happens at Mount Nebel as kids? She kind of like sees that and gets resolution on that early. It's like, why? There's tons of those things that we've talked about throughout different streams. Why? And I know Steed talks about it in his video from what I've seen of it, but like the I'm waiting Cloud, there's like a internal voice sound effect on Cloud's when Cloud hears that. So I don't know, there's just something, there's a lot of open questions, but the ones before this are the biggest ones that I haven't really talked about on stream and I don't have answers for. So I thought it was worth kind of like tapping through and talking about. But let me see what else is said here. Your choices lead to your future. Y'all are tying yourself into knots. We definitely are, Burbook. I think it's a hiccup in Sephiroth's plan. He didn't expect Aerith to use the Whispers or become an embodiment of Whispers like Sephiroth did. Also, I'd love to have Cloud's the Loveless outfit. Yes. I'm pretty sure you can get it modded through the PC version, but I'm surprised they never made that one of the official outfits you can get for Cloud in the actual game. Like you can get Barrett's, I think. You could definitely get Red's. So it's like play out in the field. I don't know why they didn't make that an option for Cloud. Whisper Sultan's Aerith, so they meet. Yeah. The name of the song that plays here is called Chance Meeting in Sector 8. So maybe it is a chance meeting, Curious. I think the Whispers want Cloud to meet Aerith, so that she leads into the Black Materia. Well, I don't know if it leads to the Black Materia. Like, I don't know if the Whispers made Cloud meet Aerith so that he can deliver the Black Materia. Like, I don't know if endgame for the Whispers is the Black Materia, but blah blah blah. Sorry, I lost place in chat as I was scrolling. That's so slick. The Whispers here holding her. Yeah, Sephiroth, yeah. Aerith already knew who Cloud was in the remake, so I would call it a fateful encounter, not a chance encounter. The Whispers were making sure they really met. I found it very hard to believe that they are weapons of the planet itself, considering how much they're associated with Genova, the remnants. When you look at what Sub was reading earlier, Sephiroth summoned Cloud. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. If they just wanted to make the remake beat by beat to the original, they wouldn't have had the Whispers hold her there. And the scene would have still turned out normal. This is intentional. Chat, I've been wanting to replay. Is it sacrilegious to skip replaying remake and jump right to Rebirth because I missed the combat? I don't think so, Jim. What do you mean? I guess I'm curious what you mean. Like, I think you just wait. Are you saying to skip replaying remake? So you played remake already and jump right to Rebirth because I missed the combat. I think so. I think as long as you played remake, go to Rebirth. Yeah. I hear you. Then why do they converge into the remnants and the Harbinger, a big purple dude, after Sephiroth's whole monologue, the purple portal? I don't know where your head is at right now, Steed. I don't know how to answer your question, honestly. Rufus seeing them is before Sephiroth had them too, so it really is the plan I want to see. Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to play this. So this is fun. So before we get into all the theories and all that sort of like chatter, there's a few fun things I wanted to talk about. So this is new dialogue in Tactics: Evil's Chronicles, between like with Cloud, and like how they explain Cloud within the world of Tactics. I don't know how much you can make of this, but it's interesting.
Well, how curious. You there. You are not of this world, correct?
You talking to me?
I am. The scent of your soul marks you apart. Whence do you hail?
What's it to you?
No, wait. Your soul was copied from another plane.
Fucking copies. Hojo!
The uses of the stones are myriad indeed.
The hell are you talking about?
As a tome is reproduced by a scribe, you were reproduced from a soul belonging to a different reality. Strangely, though, I sense the presence of two individuals in you. A peculiar blending. Ah, so that is the way of it. 'Twas the aura sight provided your flesh. Most remarkable.
I couldn't care less.
Permit me to start again. You are, in fact, of this world. However, you are merely a copy of an individual who is of another.
It's a bit of
an aberration brought into existence at the whim of the aura sight.
I mean, so some of this uses tactic stuff like the aura sight and whatnot. It's almost over there.
I've heard enough. I'm here to fight.
Somebody brought up the funny point in the comments of this video where they're like, I love how this guy, Fulmarv, is like talking in the traditional like medieval old English of like tactics. It's like, I am. The scent of your soul marks you apart. Whence do you hail? And then Cloud talks in the most normal ass, like modern English.
The scent of your soul marks you apart. Whence do you hail?
What's it to you?
What's it to you? It's like, whence to that? What's it to you? I don't give a fuck. It's like fucking Cloud is from Brooklyn, and this guy is from medieval 1500s English, or England. So anyway, it's just really funny. So there's not really much to say about this, to be honest. I just thought it was cool. I mean, in terms of like the copy thing, is basically saying that it's an individual that isn't directly tied to FF7 Cloud, but rather a copy of him somehow through the aura site in a way. So then he gets into tactic shit. But the one thing that he says that I thought was like kind of interesting too was it's like a soul belonging to a different reality. And then he says, strangely though, I sense the presence of two individuals in you, a peculiar blending. And given the way that like Cloud is talking all throughout the scene, where he's like, I'm not interested, he's like his typical like shithead version of himself. It seems like when he says the presence of two individuals in you, it makes me think of Zack and Cloud. Because this is still the version, a copy of the version of Cloud that is sort of like confused over his identity. So that's all I really took from this. I thought it was like kind of interesting. It just explains Cloud's existence in Tactics in that universe. But yeah, really funny. Tactics is amazing though. Everyone should play it. So we're getting into the real shit now. So first, young Sephiroth last chapter trailer. We'll talk more about that in a second. So this came out last night, as far as I understand. Just give it a watch. Glenn, I want this more than anything. Once you feel the desire, your life truly begins. And they call it FF7, The First Soldier, Episode 2, The Last Chapter. Even if what you say is true, even if I really am tied down by my past. So I find this dialogue interesting from Sephiroth, in terms of, I've talked a few times throughout the streams that I've done on these remake playthroughs where they've drawn more of a similarity, like more connection between Cloud's story and Sephiroth's story. And I do think Cloud is somebody who is marked by being tied down by his past, heavily, right? Like first, pretty much everything in the original FF7 was him being tied down by like the weight of the promise he made to Tifa, the death of Zack, like all of those things. Like he's really tied down to his past, and it's only once he sort of like gets clarity around all of it, and then gets all of that straight in his head, that then he moves forward. So this is interesting. They're tying, and they started to do this in the last episode that we played of Angeal sort of like making this point to Sephiroth about like being tied to his past. Hey, new fan here. Do you have a Twitch stream as well? Just curious. I do. So on Twitch, you can just go to twitch.tv/subtext, and I'm currently live there right now. So I'm on both YouTube and Twitch. I myself, when it comes to like live streams, am more of a Twitch watcher. I tend to like the chat and everything more on Twitch. So yes, so that is the Twitch link if you want to switch over to that stream. So let me play this. So again, it's interesting that they make that connection. Thank you, Cloud Hopper, for following on Twitch. I assume that's you. But welcome. My memories with them are precious. It's kind of interesting, right? Because we heard, yeah, I see that now. Cloud Hopper on Twitch, glad to follow. Thank you for joining. Interesting that Sephiroth here says that the memories are precious to him, because if you remember in that script that we were reading, Aerith talks about like all those memories don't matter to him, right? That all the things that are precious to us don't matter to him. So again, just showing a little bit of the difference between Sephiroth as we see him and know him now throughout FF7 compared to this younger version of Sephiroth, and how he's just very different. I have a feeling the moment Sephiroth takes that sword in hand, the world will change. I mean, you can even read into that, like how the world changes when different events and things happen. That might be reading too much into it, but even if enemies surround me, I won't waver. Even if Sephiroth won't listen, I'll keep talking until he does. So again, Angeal's persistence, which we kind of know well. This choice that Sephiroth has to make between this like fake Matt and Lucia. And then fucking Alyssa, which is definitely Genova, right? Like masquerading in a meat suit that looks like Lucrezia, which is who he thinks of as his mother. Did you forget? You're here for the sword, right? The spirits are watching. So I assume in this scene, Sephiroth is like thinking about things, and seemingly Alyssa / Genova is like poking him. Like, no, remember why you're here. Remember what you're here for. So just it'll be good. That's right. See, now he's like back and like, then watch me. Chapter 5, the Supreme Trial. Interesting, given the trials in the Temple of the Ancients. So a connection to that possibly. And then chapter 6, Masamune, which means obviously we're finally getting the Masamune as Sephiroth, and we're going to see how that all resolves. And it comes out October 15th. So it's this week that it's dropping. What day is the 15th? Let me see. It's not letting me click on my calendar. What day is the 15th? Is it like Wednesday or something? Wednesday. So I don't have Ever Crisis really. I don't play it. So I'll really be relying on like a video when it goes up. So we'll probably talk about it next Sunday I will not be streaming. I'm going to be out of town. Maybe we could do a different stream. Maybe we could do like a Saturday or something to sort of make up for it. I could stream Wednesday. Like I said, I was gonna do that once I get back from my trip in 2 weeks. But even if I streamed Wednesday, the footage probably wouldn't be on YouTube yet. I don't know how quickly people will turn it around. So we'll see. We'll have to make a call on it. The week off isn't a bad idea. It's not even because of that. It's just a personal event is happening that I have to travel for. So I'm going to be out of town. So yeah, we'll figure it out. But anyway, this is interesting. What was also interesting was Delta Sin, who I believe is in chat right now, points it out. Thanks for another great video, Hobo, as well. Thank you, Summoner Jobin. So last chapter, he pointed out the last chapter, and he said that's not how Square Enix announced the last 2 chapters for episode 1. And when you look at, there's actually the teaser. Yeah, this is what they released for when they did chapter 7 and 8 of the first story arc. They called it next chapter, right? They teased next chapter, but instead here they're saying last chapter. So seemingly this is the end of the young Sephiroth stuff, it seems like. And then they also dropped this Glenn, Rufus, Wutai, Shinra stuff. By the way, this fit is badass. What the fuck? I just never really noticed it. Is that Lucia? Because damn, girl. Anyway, so we'll watch this. I have not seen this yet. So it'll be a first blind reaction to this. I've seen like screenshots of like different story moments. But like I haven't actually seen the context. What I would say is I wonder where we are in the lifespan of Ever Crisis. Like if it's gonna be wrapping up, like if it's gonna die. I don't know how well it's doing. It's seemingly not doing amazing. But I haven't really like tracked any kind of numbers or anything. But the fact that they are dropping this, which has some heavy lore, the fact that they're seemingly maybe ending the Sephiroth story, the fact that they pumped out that Advent Children like event the way they did, where it was like quickly recapping the story and then you did a bunch of fights without the full FF7 story. Maybe they finish it. I don't know. Where is the OG story right now in the Ever Crisis telling? They allegedly leaked that Dirge of Cerberus is coming to Ever Crisis early 2026. So yeah, maybe they finish the OG story and they get through Dirge. They haven't even touched Before Crisis yet. I don't know. It seems like they're just pumping things out to like get things done and out. But I don't know. That's just speculation. Let's actually watch this Glenn stuff, which I have not seen. So they're going back to 1999. Okay, so post Shinra, these three post Shinra are cool as shit. Finally, we made it. Many comrades. I love how like his portrait still has this fit on compared to how he's actually dressed here. But anyway, many comrades gave their lives for us to get here. Oh yeah, this gives me big FF8 Escape from Galbadia base vibes, yeah. If it were not for their efforts and yours, we wouldn't be standing here today. This day belongs to all of us. So celebrating a big victory. Comrades, all of you have gathered under this banner to fight Shinra. And we see that flag in Rebirth, right? That's the flag that's in the background of the scene where like Glenn does his speech where he introduces Saruf. Gonna party like it's M-1999 Delta. That's hilarious. This victory is a giant step forward for our cause, taking the view and savor the moment. Remember this banner when you feel like you can't go on. We will defeat Shinra and change the world. So the start of their little rebellion. Hurrah. I can't believe we actually pulled it off. All of our past failures just made us stronger, and now we're here. Basically, this leads up to his death. Yeah, I think so. A damn miracle, if you ask me. We really did go through a lot, didn't we? Fucking Greek litter bullshit. It's all Greek to me, Delta. Our time on Redor had the three of us sick and tired of the war, Shinra, everything. So we left the company and went on the run. But there was no place in the world that Shinra didn't have its hooks in. We had to remain incognito and always be on the move. Just when we thought that there was nowhere left to run, I got an idea. If we can't find a home, we should make one. I wonder if this is right after Melfi died. Yeah, I don't know. Create a community that didn't rely on Shinra. That became our objective. Using the survival techniques I picked up and Matt's professorness, wow. We became self-reliant. Over time, we gained supporters and followers. Within a few years, we had commerce. But it all came crashing down when... Loading. 1975. So we're now 4 years in the past. Right? 1975. So this happened in the past, right? So Shinra's little prince wants to offer funding to a bunch of deserters. Wait, but they're deserters already. Okay, so maybe 95 is when they started deserting. 1989, the celebration that we saw is 4 years later. So they've been like out for a while. Okay. Any thoughts on Remembrance being the title for part 3? I recently made a video discussing that. It's the title I'm thinking. I've always thought of, I don't think Remembrance. I think Remembrance is too long. I've weirdly thought FF7 Remember might be cool. Still very much thinking it'll be Return. Another time, I had a whole stream where I talked about different title options. I also kind of dig like Relive. That could be sweet. Like reliving FF7, and then like people can take that to mean like, oh, we're gonna see characters coming back alive. You can spin it a whole bunch of ways, which would make it interesting from a marketing perspective. I'm still thinking Return might be the one. It's just the most open, leaves the most for them to play with. Doesn't communicate too much. It's not super sexy, but it kind of does the job. Let's say it's an investment into your potential. The new world that I'm trying to build overlaps greatly with the one you seek, and we have a common enemy. You're trying to depose President Shenron, not surprising, considering what I've heard your true feelings are toward him. So again, this is getting into before Crisis stuff, in a way. In terms of Rufus engineering things and puppeteering things behind the scenes to get his dad ousted. I see your intelligence gathering skills haven't diminished since leaving Shinra. My compliments. Even this Rufus portrait looks a bit younger. No thanks, we're gonna go our own way. You disappoint me. I believe you to be a man capable of flexible thinking and acting. It seems I was mistaken. Think what you want. My gut is telling me this is wrong. I don't want anything more to do with Shinra. I'm tired of all the fighting. Resolve is one I've thought of, Delta. You'll learn soon enough how naive you are being. I feel like it's a little plain for them. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like all, I don't know, it's the vibes feel like it'll be Return. Was this Rufus giving us a warning, a threat policy? I mean, I kind of want something a little sexier than Return, but I also don't really care that much. I've talked about the Sunstring before. Like, as long as the game is fucking good, I don't really care what they called it. Our town was burnt to ash. All that effort we put into building a place gone in an instant because of one traitor on the... Wait, what? All the effort we put into building a place gone in an instant because of one traitor on the take from Shinra. I've talked about this before, but like Sephiroth burning Nibelheim, I wondered if it's sort of like him just mimicking. This is just what Shinra does. They just always burn down towns. They did it in Nibelheim. Well, obviously, Sephiroth does in Nibelheim. They did it in fucking Corel. They're doing it here. They kind of have a history of sort of doing that. Rufus was right. There was no way we could live a quiet life without Shinra. We had to start over from scratch, find a new purpose. Thank you for following Shatman777. What's going on? Chimera saying it's like remake part 2 to him. I sometimes still talk about it that way because it's kind of cleaner. There are times you'll see in streams where I'm be like, well, in part 2 and part 3, it's just sometimes easier to discuss that way. So Shinra, our little victory just means the loss of a small unit or two. I doubt they're quaking in their boots. But the committee has never been more united. Never had this much momentum. Let's use it to kick Shinra off this planet. Seraphim's burning one. But again, I think there's a history of Shinra doing it. So it could also just be him mimicking that. A new order has come in from... Fuck me. Really enjoyed your theory video. Anything else that changed your perspective since then? Anything that's really changed my perspective? I don't know if I have anything that's significantly like super changed. Even that video though is like pretty open-ended. I think the thing I'm most set on is the thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing. In terms of like how it actually resolves, I'm not super tied to what I proposed. I think there's like interesting bits of evidence for it, but I don't think it's the only way to do it. I do think we are seeing this sort of exploration of, you know, we could change fate. No, we can't change fate. And then the third one being some sort of like middle ground between those two. I made a whole Twitter thread a couple weeks back where I talked about how, you know, you could end up in a place where the trilogy ends and it feels just like the ending of the original FF7, but we feel finality by knowing that, like, for example, you can have the 500 years later, you can have defeating Sephiroth and him like melting into Lifestream the way he does. If you remember in the original when he's like shirtless and then Cloud does Omni Slash and then he sort of like dissolves after that fight. When we did that in the original, it felt like, okay, Sephiroth's gone, all this shit is done, like story's over. And then, you know, years later, Advent Children came around, Dirge, and On the Way to a Smile, and it sort of proposed that that wasn't the end. Sephiroth comes back, Genova's still a menace. So I could foresee an ending where we defeat Sephiroth and Genova, but now because of like how we do it, we realize, okay, now they're really gone. They're actually gone. And so the actual plot point still feels the same. Like we beat Sephiroth, Genova, beat Sephiroth in our head, but like now we actually feel like, okay, it is actually over, versus thinking, okay, this is going to lead directly into what we know from Advent Children. So I don't know, there's that. There's a bunch of theory videos I'm going to watch today that might change my mind to some extent. I still have a lot of questions that I don't have answers to. I talked about a lot of them at the start of stream. There's a whole lot more that I just didn't talk about because I've talked about them while I was playing the game on stream. Like for example, the live stream sequence, I still have like so many questions about that, and how they're going to do that, especially because we saw a big part of the original live stream sequence in Rebirth, in terms of Tifa and Cloud talking about what actually happened on Mount Nibel as kids. Granted, they haven't talked about their emotions around that time. But you know, there's, you know, how exactly the dream world sort of work are still a big question in my mind. I know the Steed video that we're going to watch in a bit talks about this, but like a lot of things seem to be in Cloud's head. Like when you go to sleep in the gold saucer, it shoots out of like Cloud's eyeballs. You can see Zack and the Terrier world, and then he returns to it at the end. Like lines of dialogue cross over between the two. So Cloud seems directly connected to those worlds. So seemingly they're like dream worlds that belong to Cloud. But I don't know. There's still a lot of questions that I have, but again, maybe the videos that I watch today might change some of my thinking. Catching up on chat. It's bad how long ago this is pre-planned for Ever Crisis, because in Remake, Reno and Rude go off as they are needed by the VP, and it slots into it all perfectly when it comes to a head at the end. And part of me thinks the storyline is what the DLC would have been if they made one for Rebirth. I'm thinking about Reborn. The main thing that really interests me was that Sephiroth was being gone for good, but also Aerith also being gone. Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful for that still. Sleepy Z, and it's in regard to the I'm waiting Cloud line, I believe, saying that it's not a call to reunion, but the Sephiroth wants to show him the end of the world. Yeah, I mean, that line of dialogue, we just reread the script. I don't know if you were here for that, Sleep Easy. We read the script from the Ultimania, and the I'm waiting Cloud line in the original, like in the Japanese, or at least in the Ultimania, it's actually come quickly, Cloud, is what he says. It's almost like he's like hurrying him to like go through the portal. And then Aerith stops him, and then she does something to the portal. So that was kind of interesting. Yeah, Reunion would be absolutely perfect, but the devs said they won't use it again. Yeah, Reunion, they won't use that. Okay. Just a more title talk. You know, I just want them to tell us the title already. Like, I know they won't, not until a trailer comes out, which will be probably Game Awards. So it means 2 more months of just nonstop conversations about what the title will be. It's just exhausting. Just fucking tell me the title. I don't care. Oh hey, it's Glenn Lodbrock from the hit game Final Fantasy VII: A Crisis. You mean Cloud's dad? With Amaguchi saying that Reunion was the keyword for part 1, it does look even less likely. Yeah, I don't think that really matters. I mean, the Reunion thing, they throw around so much, right? Like, it was the keyword for the gameplay experience of Remake. It was the one proposed or considered title for Rebirth. I don't know. Fucking Reunion could be everything in this whole trilogy. So it kind of makes sense that it's not the title of one thing in a way, because it's Reunion is everything. We still haven't seen the actual Reunion yet. I don't know. Reunion's cool, but I feel like Reunion wouldn't really work well for a third ending game anyway. If it made sense, it would make sense in like a second one. Even Beyond Return, I would want a title that just like signals to people this is the end. If it were like Resolve or something, just something that sort of like signals this is the conclusion of the entire story. I don't know. We'll see what they come up with. But hopefully we're only about 60 days away from never having to talk about it again. Our next objective, fuck, I missed it. I was looking at chat. New order is coming from our leader, Sephiroth. Our next objective is the destruction of Shinra's frontline forces. The aim of this operation is to support Wutai, who, like us, have chosen to resist Shinra. I'm gonna stand up for a bit. We must succeed in this mission to gain the trust, acceptance, and support of the Wutaians. We can do this. We gather the flames of Shinra opposition and create an inferno. We'll burn them to ash. Sephiroth will guide us. We'll become the dragon breathing fire down on Shinra with the people of Wutai on our back to a world without Shinra. And they're just chanting for Rufus without even realizing it. Back to 1989. The Chow. So they're on the mountain outside Wutai. You know what, SubTXT? How much you want to bet that Come Quickly Cloud ends up being a line akin to the quote of his mother? What do you mean, Sleep Easy? Like when he quotes Cloud's dying mother? That kind of, well, maybe, right? Like in terms of like if she's calling for Cloud to sort of like come help her or something. I really hope Sephiroth post-defeat returns to the planet willingly this time. Vincent gets to tell Lucrezia that she can find him there, some honest place for her finally, maybe. Glenn, focus. The issue is the operation to destroy Shinra's frontline forces and how to deal with Wutai afterward. We've managed to set up the committee's headquarters to Wutai, but if we still don't have the full trust of the people, if he wants them to break with tradition and fully accept us, this operation has to succeed. I know, it's getting close to the moment of truth. We worked hard to get this far. We'll see it through. Such a ruckus. What is the point of meeting discreetly if you can't keep your voices down? That's kind of funny. Sub, do you think we'll see the true Promised Land in part 3? It's weird, right? Because like, I always saw the Promised Land as not a real thing in a like real world way. That's how I always viewed it in the original FF7. Like it was a bit of a wild goose chase or something that doesn't really exist. There's a term in film of like there's a goal that characters have, or that is seemingly the sort of like goal of the story, that is not the actual thing. I forget exactly what it's called. It's based on an old movie. It's the MacGuffin is what it's called. Where it's like the thing that everyone's chasing but doesn't actually matter because the story is really about the characters and the internal trauma and all that stuff. That's what the Promised Land has always kind of felt like to me. That said, John Q Gamer's video, which I'll watch later, talks about it as like a potential, like the true thing that the Cetra we're trying to go back to, like, because you have that dialogue where they talk about the Cetra, where like in their like scripts, they're like the return to the Promised Land or one day return. It always felt like an afterlife sort of thing, like not a real specific place that everyone is sort of like stupidly chasing. When what really matters is the actual planet itself, not just finding like some mythical, part of the planet that happens to be like perfect. So I don't know, in terms of it's, and then in that video that from the Middle East event that I used in my video, where the developers are talking, this is that Sephiroth is trying to build his Promised Land. So we might see that, or like some kind of like Promised Land as defined by characters, like either Sephiroth or Cloud or whoever. So yeah, I just doubt it's a real place still. And it's more of like a metaphysical representation of something. Don't worry about it. The committee will never find out about you, and neither will Wutai. You're our biggest secret. So we've made any progress to how we'll win Wutai over. Let me just check if anything big in chat I missed while I was responding to that. In terms of, Jake Lloyd, in terms of like what will be Wutai, I don't know. They have to do a lot with it. I don't have any great guesses right now. The Promised Land is the live stream, yeah. The Promised Land is finding yourself, letting go, and completing your growth journey, whatever that is. Yeah, something metaphysical. Can't wait for you to play that video. While I was watching, I was thinking, man, what would SubTXT say? Yeah, we'll watch it. Yeah, John Q Gamer's theory is like FF14 related, yeah. It's the, what do they call it again in 14? That's the the vacuum, definitely. The Genesis killing everyone. Personally, I would not want the Promised Land to be a physical place they go to. I prefer the more symbolic approach. I'm with the SubTXT, yeah. More specifically, the Promised Land refers to fate as in the end of the journey. Do you think part 3 ends with Red 13 and his kids seeing a restored Midgar? Well, here's the thing. When Red 13 and his kids saw Midgar at the end of the original FF7, I always saw that as a positive. I always saw that as a good thing. Like, this city of Mako, this like city that was unnatural, that represented everything unnatural about the way humanity survived and like lived, was now gone, and it was overgrown with nature again. It was like a return to like the way things should be. We were no longer killing the planet. The planet was sort of like had regrown itself. That ending always felt positive. You also hear the kids laughing. Yeah. Like I always viewed that ending personally as a positive thing. And then Nojima in that one interview said that, you know, it's supposed to represent that, you know, the world has just returned to the way it should be. Basically, it's a good thing. Everyone's lived on. Humanity's lived on. You see smoke rising. They accidentally didn't animate the smoke. So, and then Katase years later said like, I don't know, fucking maybe all of humanity died. And then it just perpetuated that like idea that the ending was originally a bad one. So all to say, I think we might see a slightly different version of that scene at the end. Like we might actually see the smoke this time. We might actually get some sense that humanity has lived on. The planet is healthy and alive the way it should be. They just might beat us over the head with it a little bit more. SubTXT random question. Have you ever discussed the secret ending, the remake secret ending with Zack at the church like for Aerith? That scene never happened in Rebirth. Leezy, if you go back to about, I don't know, what do you think, chat? Like the half hour, 40-minute mark of this stream, I talked about it a lot. So I talked about it a lot earlier in the stream. So you can check that out there. We run the operation to defeat Shinra's frontline forces and succeed. Then we continue to support the Italian fighters to earn more trust. After the people give up on the Wusheng who do nothing, they go all in on the committee. We then I introduce Viceroy Sephiroth as our leader. Interesting, this Wusheng like thing. Has anybody heard of that? Is that featured in any other fiction or something? Obviously it's something Wutaian, but I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I wonder if we get some of that in part 3. I've never heard of the Wusheng thing. Looks like about an hour ago on YouTube. So about an hour ago, you'll find me talking about that scene, Lizzie. Sephiroth couldn't meld with the Lifestream completely because of his Genova cells. Does that mean Cloud eventually, after the end of OG, won't meld with the Lifestream either? I think the reason that Sephiroth, because I was thinking about this a lot a week or two ago. I think the reason that Sephiroth can't meld back into Lifestream is because as he was being created in the womb, that's when the Genova cells were injected. So at like the DNA level, he is part Genova, part alien, so he can't quite return. The treatment that Cloud got was slightly different because he wasn't in embryo when he was given the Genova treatment. He was given the Sephiroth cells in a treatment after he was already a fully formed person. So I think the S cells are more additive to whatever his makeup is. All to say, I think he does return to Lifestream and can return to Lifestream. I don't think he's like a true hybrid between alien and human the way that Sephiroth is. But yeah. When the people see Glenn, who they rely on, admire, and praise to Roof, they will come to praise their host. Why is this so loud? Jesus. Quite the story, isn't it? Aren't you glad that you teamed up with us? Zack got the same treatment. Zack did get the same treatment as far as I know, but he had already gotten the regular soldier treatment as well. So in the logs in the Nibelheim basement, it mentions that it doesn't have any effect on Zack because he's been through it already. Whereas Cloud, since he hasn't been through it, it has an effect on him. And then there's a mention at one point in Crisis Core where Hollander is with Genesis and tells Zack that, or whoever they're talking to, that Cloud, they mentioned there's like a trooper, but they're talking about Cloud. But like Cloud is the only pure S-Cell like person in the world. But yeah. That's why Genesis is chasing him. Yeah, Steve's got it. So it's 1996. So a year later, seeing how difficult it was to escape Shinra's influence, we began a resistance movement. God damn it. No! If I use keyboard commands while watching a video on Google Slides, it affects the Google Slides, not the video, which is really hard to remember. Seeing how difficult it was to escape Shinra's influence, we began a resistance movement. After a few successes in the beginning, Rufus contacted us again. You were right. Life without Shinra is a pipe dream. We should have known it was impossible. It took me a while to find out, but just like you said, I was naive. Those who can admit their failings can both adapt and evolve. So I propose to you, once again, let us fight our common foe together. God, that's very Sephiroth coded in a way, right? The whole, like, let us fight our foe together. Hey, so it's Scott here. Curious what your take is on Hero. If you're talking about in these scenes, I haven't gotten there yet. I know that, like, Glenn says that at the end, but I haven't gotten there yet. My gut's still telling me no. Then why don't we try running a joint operation? You can make your decision after that. You'll have unlimited access to information and funding. I want to take down Shinra as badly as you do. I mean, I personally love this because it's very, like, much like the Before Crisis stuff that we never got in the States, at least. Seeing actual Rufus doing this stuff. To see if we could ally with Rufus, who also wants to take down Shinra. We decided to run a small but efficient operation together. Granted, this is a bit of a lie on what Rufus is promising here, right? Like, he doesn't want to take down Shinra. He wants to take over Shinra. The target was a Shinra military facility in the remote wastelands. Also, thank you, Azido88, for following. There's our target, transport vehicle. We take that after destroying the warehouse. And that'll secure our alliance with Rufus. But something's not right. Thank you, Mellow Moonlight. That's a fun name, Mellow Moonlight. Thank you for following. The Genesis dude eats Zach's hair. Yeah. I will never forget that. I agree there are far fewer escorts than I expected. That transport could be a decoy. We take action and they may pounce on us. Incoming chopper could be reinforcements. I was watching the Glenn scenes in Rebirth, having no idea what's going on and assuming it's a phone game I missed, only to find out it's from a phone game that's not even out yet. Yeah, Jake, I mean, the thing I would say about the Glenn scenes in Rebirth, which I've said before, I understand why people had that initial reaction of like, oh, I don't know what to make of this at all. Funnily enough, all the stuff with Glenn in Rebirth had not been in the phone game Ever Crisis until seemingly now. The actual like relationship between Glenn and Rufus, presumably we'll see Rufus kill Glenn in the story. That actually had not been in the mobile game yet. I do think a lot of times, especially with Final Fantasy, because of how Square Enix has baked in so much stuff through mobile games, like especially with Kingdom Hearts, people can sort of feel like, oh, I don't feel like I can possibly understand this thing without seeing the mobile game. But I do think Rebirth gives you all that you need to understand the Glenn story within Rebirth. It clarifies that like Rufus thinks he's dead, but he's not. He's acting seemingly weirdly. There's a couple scenes where like he shows up in Rufus's office and like the purpley Genova shit is around him when he appears. So it signals, oh, this is like Genova manipulation stuff. And you can even see it in the way he talks. He talks about like understanding what's going on in Rufus's head. And we know that Genova operates that way by like understanding people's fears and doubts and like all that stuff and preying on it. And we know that Genova takes the appearance of dead people. And then at the very end, in the final scene with him, you get it's very laid out very clearly for you that, you know, this has all been Genova and Sephiroth sort of like using Glenn's appearance to sort of like manipulate things, and try to start this war. So I actually do think Rebirth does a good enough job of like telling that Glenn story within Rebirth. It's nice to actually have what the actual story is between Glenn and Rufus here. But I do think Rebirth gives you enough explanation. They also have that boardroom scene where like Sung is debriefing Rufus and everyone on like who Glenn is and how he, you know, left, you know, Shinra and started this Utaian resistance. Yuffie talks about it. There's been like there's enough moments I feel like all throughout the game where they kind of give enough of that exposition for you to understand. But yeah, I get why people are like, oh shit, I gotta know this mobile game I don't want to play, because Square has done that in the past. I think Rebirth does a pretty good job with it. True, and on replay it fits, and is setting up part 3, but it was just so weird. Yeah, I think part of it is because like, at least for me when I saw it, I was like, oh, that character from that mobile game. Like I knew he existed in the mobile game before I played Rebirth. So I did have the same like initial reaction of like, oh shit, now we're tying in mobile bullshit, which they kind of are, but it's easy enough to follow within the game. I don't want to spoil it, but I think the story here changes the context of Glenn's presence in Rebirth. Okay, I guess we'll find out. What is Sephiroth doing here? I didn't hear that he was being deployed. Did something change? So the intel that Glenn had, probably from Rufus, was wrong here. Thank you for coming. We're not expecting reinforcements. There's no need. I'm ready to begin. This is grown Big Daddy Sephiroth right here. Didn't they catch center of our operation? What is this? Generic link?
Quit, do you?
Oh, another tactics thing. Yeah, sorry. What do we do, Glenn? There's no way we're gonna beat Sephiroth. I fanboyed when I saw him in Rebirth. I heard he received sudden orders from the vice president. Motherfucker. So we had our own difficulties with him. So Sephiroth. So Glenn and crew were sent on this mission with intel from Rufus. And then Glenn is here. Like, what is Sephiroth doing here? That wasn't, we didn't hear about this. Did something change? And yeah, seemingly something did change, you know, sudden orders, but it came from the vice president. So it came from Rufus. Motherfucker. So he sent them to this situation and then also threw in Sephiroth. It's like trying to get them killed. You hand-waving Genesis. I don't know who you're talking to, me? From the Ultimedia Secrets Explained, after falling into the live stream 5 years ago, Sephiroth staunchly refused to become one with the planet and began plotting his revival. On the Shinra thing, whatever fate has in store for me, I'm not gonna let it get in my way, and I'm guessing same self. It's like the tactics thing that's coming up in chat. It's like, forget multiverse bullshit. People get mad over the remake trilogy for having multiverse bullshit. The biggest thing is they have multi-game bullshit at this point. Ever Crisis, Tactics, etc. Yeah. Was it Rufus that linked our info? I guess he was planning to throw us to the wolves after all, yeah. The lack of faith was on both sides. We didn't trust Rufus at all either. This is a warning from the vice president. Work with me or I'll sell you out. Damn. Your gut was right, Glenn. You've got to give it to him. The rich boy had us dancing on his palm the whole time. Doesn't this situation remind you of when our town was burned down? Again, the burning shit. So the traitor who set fire to the town was connected to Rufus, not Shinra. Yeah. Refleon, can you look at the whispers copying the party at the end of Remake, which I believe creates the beginning of Rebirth? That kind of makes sense, right? Like, because we do see... Well, I don't know. It's tough. I don't know if the whispers specifically are the ones who copy. Because there's like lots of copies of characters. Like Marlene is technically has a copy in the Terrier world. Kyrie, we see throughout Rebirth, but she's also in the Terrier world. Like there's multiples of everyone. They copy with tornadoes. Yeah. They're doing the Avengers thing, but trying to watch every single movie series to understand the lore. I hope not, Red Dahlia. Like I said, I felt like in Rebirth I understood the Glenn story pretty easily. It's helpful to have this extra context on Ever Crisis, but not mandatory. Delta saying that maybe this might change my understanding of Glenn's Rebirth story by the time I reach the end of it. But I guess we'll find out. Exactly. Doesn't quite sit well that I was duped by Rufus, but I did learn two things. One, we don't stand a chance against either Shinra or Rufus. And two, Rufus is seriously trying to get rid of President Shinra. The Shinra resistance committee's going to be working with Rufus. And so we began to work with Vice President Rufus to create a world without Shinra. So even though they had a bad experience with Rufus, they're hoping to stay close. An alliance built on trickery and mistrust. Let's do it. Let's work together to build a world without Shinra. And so the alliance is officially forged. So, what should we do first? I will not ask much of you, but you do have one very vital task. Fight with all your heart. Show the people of Wutai the strength of your resolve, and instill within them the rest of the world, the fire that will burn down Shinra. So, we're performing up to your expectations, aren't we? Beyond expectations, the picture I had initially painted would not have been enough to achieve these results. This is a pretty hefty, side story thing. This new picture is a masterpiece of grand scale drawn together with kindred spirits. The dream we have been working toward, a world without Shinra, will soon come true. God, he feels kind of Sephiroth a little bit with his arms out and shit. Yeah, don't worry, the operation will succeed, but let's talk about what comes after. Obviously, someone like you has already drawn a picture of what happens after this. Where do we fit into that? Rufus is quite different compared to Rebirth. Your mission will remain exactly the same. Fight with all your heart, show the people of Wutai the strength of your resolve, and instill within them and the rest of the world the fire that will burn down Shinra. Members of the Shinra Resistance Committee, thanks for showing up today. Thanks for showing up today. We're taking down Shinra's frontline forces. This is a pivotal point in our struggle. We have to drastically reduce Shinra's numbers in Wutai so we can go on the offensive. The enemy has greater numbers, but we have greater will and unity. Fight is one, and this battle will go down in history. We're not alone. Even if we fall, all's not lost. Our comrades will fight on for us, and we'll be the one standing. Hurrah. March. Is this the fort from Crisis Core? Because it looks kind of similar. The operation turns to a heated contest. The enemy's frontline forces carried state-of-the-art weapons. The SRC army, along with the volunteer ninja forces, paid heavy casualties, but fought on and. Fort Tamblin, yeah. We won. Look at Shinra. Look at fucking Rufus back here. You see Rufus back here behind this tree? Little shithead. That's a funny way to do it. It's such an old school gaming way to do it. Just like have him standing conspicuously in the background, or inconspicuously, like people can't see it, but you, gamer, you can see what's really going on. The Shinra Resistance Committee had won in battle against Shinra and was now welcomed wholeheartedly by the people of Wutai. People of Wutai, we, the Shinra Resistance Committee, have repelled the Shinra forces invading your land. This victory will bring peace, prosperity, and further unity to Wutai. We'll continue our fight against Shinra, and we ask all who are willing to join us in the fight. The world without Shinra begins in Wutai. His buckles are loudly banging in the background, yeah. Many Shinra resistance groups began to gather in Wutai. The committee's success on the battlefield continued across the world, gaining many allies and supporters. He's not even wearing any camouflage, just his white shit. Yeah. So 2000. Wutai Command Center. The war entered a stalemate with no end in sight. Wutai's resources were being exhausted, nearly beyond recovery. Shit. Oh, damn it. I'm so used to, like, when I'm YouTube, I can just click back with the button, like with the keyboard. But because I'm watching in Google Slides, now it's not letting me go full screen. Like anytime I use the keyboard, it's like moving the Google Slides. Nearly beyond recovery, but still the Wushang remains silent. Just as Wutai's defeat seemed imminent, Shinra came upon a crisis of their own, a mass disappearance of soldier operatives. I just hate all the things. Stop showing me thumbnails of shit I don't care about. I just want to lock in on this video. Just as Wutai's defeat seemed imminent, Shinra came upon a crisis of their own, a mass disappearance of soldier operatives. Rufus informed us that Sephiroth was being sent to Wutai to look for the mastermind behind the disappearances. Wutai was also informed of the Shinra incursion and was prepared to engage. Despite a valiant effort against Sephiroth, they weren't able to beat back the Shinra forces. This is the beginning fight between Glenn and Sephiroth that we saw, right? Is Wushang a new thing? I think so. Someone who really knows the lore in chat might know of their reference being referenced somewhere. But they're new to me. This is exactly what we were waiting for. As we discussed with Rufus, the committee used the chaos after defeat to stage a coup and set up a provisional government. This war may be over, but Shinra will be back. Wutai has to be prepared. Wutai's next real government will be chosen by the people after Shinra is defeated and the fighting finally ends. But until then, we, the Shinra Resistance Committee under Viceroy Sephiroth, will set up a provisional government to protect Wutai. So yeah, so effectively, in a way, Rufus has control over the Wutai government, here at least, right? Provisional government under the rule of Viceroy Sephiroth. Which I know they talked about, Yuffie talked about that, 2007, so now we're getting caught up to present, right? Like the timeline of FF7 proper. Sorry, there's like a million texts coming in. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Nothing important. Okay. The Shinra Resistance Committee continued their activities and gained allies across the world. Our next operation is the destruction of the Shinra facility off the coast of Junon. It's more accurate to say the entire island is an arms factory, one that produces much of the weaponry of the Shinra army. Oh, hold on. My friends are like sending a billion messages. Let me just respond. Okay. Taking this facility out would deal a crippling blow to Shinra. If this is such an important operation, are you sure we have enough people here to pull it off? This is an infiltration mission, so we value quality over numbers. We need a small elite group. Everyone here has completed my training regimen from hell, so I'm expecting great things. They actually did, you know, change the character portrait this time. They don't have the character portraits where they're like cool looking, like in all the scenes before this. But they do have their Organization 13 get-ups. So there's that. I don't play Kingdom Hearts, but I know about Organization 13 broadly. I know they're in black robes, so I'm making the joke. But don't take that as an invitation to bring in a lot of Kingdom Hearts jokes, because I won't understand them. The most important, your most important duty is to come back alive. Do you understand me? If things go haywire, just run. There'll be other missions. You only have one life. Here aren't black robes, they're military coats. Delta, why do you gotta be argue semantics here? They're fucking black robes. Look at this. They're coats, sure, but they're black thingamabobs. They cover all their shit. Same thing. That's when Glenn is making fun of Rufus for one Wutai. There's a lot of stuff happening in chat. Wu Sheng is the Wutai leaders. Yuffie's dad and the other pagoda bosses from the OG. Oh, okay. Zito, that makes sense. So it was like the existing old government of Wutai, as Spartan said. Okay. That makes sense. Are they mumbling reunion? Obviously they're not. People, let's take jokes. Meanwhile, Rufus has disguised himself as a committee negotiator. Okay. Delta. It's a joke, dude. A specific military style coat. Sure. I'm just making a fucking joke about how they look like the robes. They're obviously not the exact robes. We know their activities are not causing significant damage to your operations. But surely our presence is of use to you in expanding Shinra's influence. So here he's talking to his dad. If you're still unconvinced about our value, I can offer you vital information. But then you must accept all our terms. Who's gonna sell out the SRC here? I'm glad we were able to reach an agreement. Now the information I promised. The committee is planning an assault on Arsenal Island. Their base of operations is located in a cave near under Junon. How you use this information is up to you and your capabilities, President Shinra. Good luck and good day. So yeah, he sold them out. Is Rufus using a voice changer? I would assume so. Also, I need water. Speaking of voice. Give me 1 second. Okay. um. What is this? Let me get a fact check here. I can't remember if Cloud has also has Genova cells in him. Jesus. Cloud received like S cell treatment in like after the events of Nibelheim. I don't know exactly how it works. But I guess they're basically literal Sephiroth cells, which are derived from Genova, but I don't think they're direct Genova cells, because if they were direct Genova cells, as far as I understand this crazy Hojo pseudoscience, if they were just pure Genova cells, they would have that degradation effect they have on other soldiers. Instead, he's using S cells, which are from Sephiroth, where it's like already a hybrid human alien gene thing. So because Sephiroth doesn't have that degradation effect, I would assume Cloud also doesn't have the same effects come over him. Cloud gets S cells because they were trying to make a clone of the perfect soldier, yeah. Now let's see how you deal with this dilemma, Glenn. I have faith that you won't be done in by such piddling adversity. Why does Rufus keep fucking with Glenn? If you're having trouble maintaining your voice, I recommend drinking something warm before and during your talking sessions. Cold drinks are forbidden, though. Well, this is cold, so I'm screwed on that. But thank you. The operation started, and we began our infiltration into the facility. But just as we were about to gain entry, we were ambushed. Yeah, because Rufus keeps selling them out. Ambushed by Shinra troops and forced to scatter. While we each headed to the rendezvous point, reports came in that our operations base had been assaulted. The operation was a total failure. Hey, you're still alive. All of us made it out. A small miracle considering how much fire we were under. The team that stayed at the base is also safe. They somehow ducked through the weapons fire and made it to a rendezvous point. Rufus is the fakest friend, yeah. We're all making it back alive. You guys go find the base team and escort them back to Wutai. Make sure to split up into several groups to avoid getting wiped out. That's a good idea. See you all back at Wutai. Hold on, sorry, I'm like... So some kind of conversation happening about Cloud and Sephiroth, Advent Children. So it's right to think that for Sephiroth to completely dissolve, Cloud has to die at some point. I hope they find a way to avoid that. Because I just don't want an ending where like Cloud dies. That just feels like such a first of all, they've had several protagonists die in Final Fantasy, so it's kind of it's kind of becoming a predictable trope at this point. So I just don't want them to. It just feels like an easy way to solve this logic problem that they've created of like Cloud's attachment to Sephiroth. SubTXT, do you think Sephiroth will be playable in any fashion in Part 3, whether it's story or in challenges? I mean, it's possible. He was playable in Rebirth, so I mean, it's possible. I know people like Max have talked about having a young Sephiroth start to the game, which could be possible. In that case, you would play as Sephiroth. I still think we have more to learn about Sephiroth, so you might get something with him. So yeah, maybe. Say it by your gut once again. How did you know that Shenmue was going to ambush us? No big mystery. Rufus's message suggested that we be ambushed, although it was sort of between the lines. So the vice president was pulling all the strings once again. Not the easiest paymaster to work for. He's just the shittiest boss ever. Imagine you're like constantly giving directions to your people and then constantly undermining them at them doing their jobs. I know it's for his whole manipulation shit, but damn. Rich Boy is telling us that if we can't deal with this level of trouble, we have no business being his partners. He can torture us all he wants, but to casually put the lives of the troops at risk. Thank you, Cloud Hopper, for subscribing. Thanks so much. If that's how it's going to be, I'm out. I'm with Lucia. If my boss is just constantly being a dick, just testing us constantly, just for the sake of like his own peace of mind, then fuck that job. Well, that's up to us too. The vice president's got the Turks in his pocket now, and the bag of tricks. He's sharing it with all of us. He expects us to learn. Thank you for your videos and discussions. Thank you. So we're supposed to fake the defeat of the committee, expand the vice president's influence, and take down all Shinra, and take down Shinra all at once. Yeah, this is screwed up. Yup, it's all on us. Enemy sighted, flank him. We found the enemy leader just where the intel said we would. They would be. Move to comprehend. Move to apprehend. Comprehend. Oh, another one of these. We're under monster attack. Status of enemy leader unknown. I'm returning. This looks like the, what's the name of that enemy? You fight it in the basement in Remake as well. Is this Rufus is doing too? How badly does this guy want to kill us? I feel so bad for them. No, this wasn't something he could control. I think you could boil this down to bad luck. Behemoth, yeah. So this is our chance. Let's beat this thing and get back to its eye fast. I mean, we're gonna win anyway. You're right. Type 0 Behemoth, yeah. That monster ran so wild that the entire island is sinking. Damn. Why does this all seem so familiar? Because it's like Redor. That time in Redor, Sephiroth was there too. Feels like that was a million years ago. Who would have guessed that Sephiroth would be gone before us? So Sephiroth's already dead. If what Rosen said is true, we'll meet him again in Lifestream. I'm sure he'll want a word with us. Yeah. We choose this path over our friendship with Sephiroth. We can't see him until it's all over. I don't know why Rosen would sort of know. I forget what Rosen said. Huh. Oh, he wanted a word, all right. He was gonna use your ass and steal your face and show it to Rufus. Committee helicopter. Concede only two. You guys go on ahead. Okay, so Glenn's sticking behind. What about you? The next chopper's on the way. I might not make it in time. It's fine. My gut's telling me I'll be fine. It'll be fine. It won't be fine. It's not gonna be fine. We'll finish what we started and go see him again. This time we'll make sure he gets everything he wants. Alright, so Glenn does get picked up. Thanks for running us ragged, partner. I believe this would be a trivial matter for professionals like you. Well, stop. Why do you keep fucking with us? Indeed, you completed every aspect of the mission and made it back alive, despite the incident at the end. I mean, there is something, in terms of, like, I don't know if this is the reason or if it's explained elsewhere, but if Rufus is trying to, like, cover his tracks in a way, it's smart to, like, make his people, like, his underground sort of secret allies go through lots of hardship, because it makes it harder for it to seem like it's something that Rufus has manipulated. He keeps giving them challenges, not just to test them probably, but probably also to sort of like give him plausible deniability that he's involved, especially because he gave himself the name of Saruf, which is basically his name, the dumbass. Are you sure? That was just an incident. Awfully fast pickup time. I need to speak with you alone so I can expedite my schedule to your great benefit, as it turns out. Treat your dogs this badly and one day one of them's gonna bite you. Then it'll be disposed of. Oh, scary rich boy. Anyway, what did you need to talk about that was so important? The plan for the war between Shinra and the SRC that I had my father agree to. He wants further stipulations. Namely, he wants a face-to-face meeting with Saruf. I want you to handle it instead. Of course, because he can't be there. So he needs to personally meet Saruf to be satisfied. Huh. I guess it's time for Plan F. I'll make it happen. Hey, what Rufus does here. What? Are you certain? Understood. What is it? What happened? Yeah, what is he laughing at? Something most unforeseen. Truly, this is quite the stroke of luck. God, he's talking like Hojo. He sounds like Hojo in Rebirth, the way he's talking here. If you say so. So, what is it? Pilot, change of destination. Land somewhere on the outskirts of Midgar. Oh, probably President Shinra died. Yeah. We'll continue this after we land. That's a good point, Red Dahlia. After all the suspense, it better be good. Oh, shit. So So if he found out President Shinra died, then it's like he doesn't even need all this. He doesn't need Glenn either. So this is probably where he shoots Glenn and kills him, because at this point he doesn't need him. So he's kind of a throwaway asset and possible liability. Now he's Shinra. Now he's president, so he can just wipe out all the evidence that he has, or all the people that can hold him. He doesn't need anymore. Pretty sure we're safe here. So what's this about? President Shinra is dead. Yeah, murdered, apparently. Yeah, good point. That's technically kind of the same area that Zack died, yeah. By who? Avalanche? Our intel is unclear. Well, one thing is clear. You're in the money now. Damn, this is good, actually. Oh, this is actually pretty good. In terms of, like, why Rufus killed Glenn. That's good. And here I was plotting to dismantle Shinra piece by piece, and their king goes and gets himself killed. Must have been tough, living off your own guilt for so long, but it paid off. It's the dawn of a new day, one without Shinra. Indeed, the revolution proceeds apace, albeit quicker than we planned. Doesn't this contradict the Cosmo Canyon proto-relic by Matt and Lucia? Maybe. Well, they're not in Midgar yet. They're supposed to meet up, right? Like, I don't think they talk about Matt and Lucia in the proto-relic scene, I think. I don't know if Matt and Lucia are there. I have to rewatch that scene. I don't know. Which is why I propose we maintain Shinra's position for now. Just long enough for us to coax the people into our new world order. Hang on. After all we've done to shake things up, you're saying you want to keep them the same? Oh yeah. Come on, what's gotten into you? Just testing you. Oh. Yep. That's how it happens. I mean, I like the writing of all that. It's pretty cool. It makes sense. Oh, fuck. This is what I saw pictures of. I haven't read the dialogue yet. Couldn't save anyone in the end. So Glenn's in Lifestream. In his military jacket. Are you happy, Delta? You surprised me. You're not one to give up that easily. Yeah, I guess you're right. Who are you again? This is Sephiroth. I would assume. You're asking for it, Glenn. I've got nothing left to lose. I'll do whatever I have to do to get things done. Because I'm a hero. Okay. I mean, funnily enough, like when I first saw this, when I saw the screenshots of like, when I saw this question, like, because I saw this screenshot, who are you again? And it was like in the live stream stuff. When I first saw it out of context, I was like, oh man, they're like almost making a who are you, who am I, Cloud connection. I don't really see it that way. I think it's like Sephiroth essentially, because he knows Glenn is like, he wouldn't give up that easily, like he says. Where was it? Is it right before this? You surprised me. You're not one to give up that easily. So he's basically talking to like Glenn's soul in the live stream. And I mean, the way that I read this is then this is like how Sephiroth essentially gets the ability to, I don't know if you need permission to sort of like masquerade as somebody. It doesn't seem like Genova really does, but it seems like he's using is like him communicating with Glenn in order to then use him as like a device to manipulate things in Rebirth. It does slightly recontextualize just the time distance between when Rufus killed him. Sora, thank you for subscribing. Like the timeline a little bit. Just like with everything in FF7, everything is way too close to each other in some ways. Like the entirety of the original FF7 happens in like 2 weeks. But yeah, so seemingly Glenn was killed like basically the night of the raid on the Shinra building where President Shinra dies. And so when Rufus sees Glenn in Rebirth in Junon, it's only been like a few days, maybe like a week at most, whatever it's been. But he just killed this dude. So that's interesting. For whatever reason, I always like had canon that this happened like for like way into the past, like at least like a year or so ago. But now I know how he actually died and when he died. So interesting. I mean, pretty cool. I like the writing of Rufus killing him, like why he would have to kill him. It's like, well, now he doesn't need him. I don't know, it's interesting. The entire story shows us how they also spent the entire story showing how Glenn was a very willing puppet for Rufus. Seems to foreshadow his willingness to become a puppet for Sephiroth in the afterlife. Yeah. Glenn refusing to enter the life stream due to his strong will, like Sephiroth. Yeah, I don't know what's keeping him here. I know there's some level of resistance to dissolving that's talked about in like even your anger can sort of like help you keep you from that, I think. Because in On the Way to a Smile in Lifestream White with Aerith, and I mentioned in my video at one point, she talks about these like souls entering the live stream that have the same like anger as Sephiroth. And then she tries to like heal those souls. So something I can imagine, I can see Glenn being like that. Also, everyone puts everything else before Sephiroth, so he was alone during his fall. Is it negative Lifestream Black stuff going on there? Yeah, I think so. I think it's like, yeah. So that means we might meet his friends in part 3. Meet Glenn's friends in part 3? Maybe. Now here's my burning question. What's your take on Hero, Sephiroth from the first Soldier episode 1 finale, Edge of Creation? Is he a good version trying to break the cycle of hatred, or is he evil like the other versions? I mean, here it's Glenn saying, because I'm a hero, although maybe we're hearing Glenn say, because I'm a hero, but it's actually Sephiroth saying it, right? But it's coming out of Glenn's body, possibly, after Sephiroth has taken over him. I think Sephiroth has a twisted definition of what a hero is. I think part of that is in the Crisis Core stuff, where it's like he's like the different interpretations of the Lotus play and who the heroes are, who the prisoners are, all that stuff. Yeah, I think it says a twisted definition of it. I don't have like a super great thought on it, to be honest, right now. Mellow Moonlight. I'm just taking it in for the first time, so I don't really have the greatest thought. The hero dynamic and stuff is like heavily rooted in Crisis Core stuff, which is like not my strong suit in the FF7 compilation like lore. So I don't know. I would be more curious about Sleepy's take on this line than mine, to be honest. Damn, so Cloud is in Midgard doing an amazing performance in full drag while his dad is getting double crossed by Vice President Shinra. Wow. Yeah, Jake Lloyd, exactly. Yeah, the hero theme is very much a Zack thing, and eventually a Cloud one. He says that lines to Sephiroth at the beginning of Ever Crisis, that first CGI intro. And the young Sephiroth in his first hero moment, then jumping to Edge of Creation and remembering Glenn's words about showing compassion as a means to save everyone is something. Should get more young Seth and Angel soon in Ever Crisis. Well, here's the thing, Cleo. I don't know. Because we just talked about, I mean, we're getting young Sephiroth stuff on Wednesday, is the next like chapter of that. But they also tease it here in the trailer. We can just watch again real quick. I'll stop pausing and stuff. But I will pause on this. Hold on. Hold on. This dialogue. What does he say? I want this more than anything else. Once you feel desire, your life truly begins. Something like Sephiroth can internalize, like actual desire. But they tease it as the last chapter. So we are getting new young Sephiroth stuff on Wednesday. But seemingly it's possible. Maybe it's the last chapter of episode 2 is what it's saying. But I was thinking of it as possibly like the end of the young Sephiroth story. I'll just let this play. Yeah, Delta, I agree. I think the simplest way to see it is Glenn is a remnant. They each have their own will. They're also part of Sephiroth. Lazard and Jill is also a similar concept. Yeah, Steed. Yeah. Like the corruption of the souls, yeah. Which they talk about in Lifestream Black. And the heroes must have and hold dream stuff from Crisis Core. There's also a theme about monsters and men there. People with humanity. That actually brings up something I wanted to talk about. I got this really interesting comment on YouTube for the finale stream. Let me find it. It was by B. Hickman, who I think might be in chat, or was earlier. See if I can like. Where's the monster thing? Yeah. Hold on, I'm just getting it set up. All right, let me. Brian Hickman, hey. So yeah, let me drag this tab over so you can all see this. So this is a comment on the finale stream from last week from B. Hickman, Brian Hickman, who's in YouTube chat right now. And at one point, it's very long, so I'll actually just skip down to as a build on who said it in chat. Oh, Brian Hickman, who brought up the monsters and men thing, where in his thing, okay, let me just read it. A lot of this is sort of like stuff that we know, but I thought was interesting. Basically, I think Remake is a relooping of the 97 telling, being affected from its start and altered by knowledge of how events did, or at least potentially can, play out from the original 97 telling, with seemingly Sephiroth, and maybe to an equal or lesser extent, Aerith able to access this knowledge through the live stream, or in Aerith's case, maybe 2 through the intact white materia. Tons of details also discussed here seem to drive home that Sephiroth and Aerith know that original telling played out, or could play out from the start of Remake. And I agree with this. I think this is like well established. We talked about a whole lot, and I think is true. How visible is this on your guys' stuff? I feel like I need to maybe zoom in more. Yeah, this might be easier. So possessed of this knowledge, I think Sephiroth is also now aware of a mechanism that was perhaps always native to the planet to form worlds that can become its fate, its reality, if enough of the collective life stream chose one to supplant or merge with its current reality. Example, the planet chooses her fate. My guess is that Sephiroth aims to gain authorship over Gaia's reality here. He talks of this potentially quite directly with Rufus at the end of Rebirth when he says, "Our promised land will become reality." Above and beyond his OG plan to just absorb the planet's life stream and become a god, essentially miming what Genova does herself, I think Sephiroth discovers that he can tamper with the canon fate here enough in Remake to draw out the planet system for guarding this mechanism to form dream worlds within or bordering the life stream that its collective life stream can select from among to shape its reality. This is a whole lot. Culminating in the ending of Remake, where he leads the protagonist into unlocking that mechanism by defeating the Harbingers of Fate. This in particular makes a lot of sense. Like, he becomes aware of potentially messing with things, leads the party to unlocking that mechanism by removing the Harbinger of Fate, which keep things locked, right? By the end of Remake, the planetary mechanism for forming these worlds, be they pockets within the life stream, or perhaps just at the outskirts of the life stream, as Sephiroth's Japanese dialogue in the Rebirth Chapter 14 Dream Date would imply, is open to our characters at key moments when the boundaries of fate are breached, starting with the first split, where we get Zack surviving his last stand in a Terrier Stamp world. Zack goes on within this world to Butterfly Effect, split off one more iteration worlds at points of choice, but I'm guessing most of these are less consequential and shorter lived, doomed to fade as Sephiroth describes, and disperse back into the life stream proper. I don't know if Aerith or Sephiroth is the one who caused the first split and spawned the Terrier world. I think it's not Sephiroth, though for reasons I'll touch on later. If dreams and desires, even subconscious ones, can form these worlds, at least after the results of Remake's conclusion, then Aerith might have unknowingly caused the first Terrier split from a latent desire that Zack survived that last stand. I think it might be Cloud's latent desire, just because we keep going in and out of the Terrier verse through Cloud's eyes. Or she might have done this with intention and a larger plan in mind. She does seem to know a full or at least partial script for at least one way this story did, and can play out in Remake at least. I mentioned it before, but there is a fun metaphor maybe buried in Remake with trains. Oh, this is also the comment that has the train imagery, so I want to talk about that. Cloud and Barrett discuss aboard a train how it can only run where its rails take it, same as OG. And this to me could serve as a metaphor for being under a set fate. By Remake's end, when fate is seemingly unraveling, that same train is flying through the air, literally off its rails, and gets bisected by Cloud. We see it next wrecked and off its rails on the ground in Zack's Terrier world, where everything is different, Just a fun, maybe intended metaphor for fate there. And I thought this was really interesting. So let me pull this up, this imagery that he's talking about. So if you remember in Remake, chapter 2? Chapter 2, yeah, I think so. Oh, I don't have the train conversation. At least that here. But you know, there's that conversation between Barrett and Cloud. It happens in the OG also, where they talk about, you know, it's like this train, it can only go where the tracks take them. And then in chapter 18, when you're fighting Sephiroth, where is that? Not the Edge of Creation video. Seph fight intro. In this fight, at the start of it, after he sucks up the meteor and like Midgar gets, he lifts up this planet, well, not planet, but building, and stuff starts flying at Cloud. Cloud starts cutting shit, and one of the things is this train, right? So there's this train. So I don't know how intentional this is, that he cuts through the train, as Brian Hickman mentioned in his comment. So it was fun. I don't know if it's intentional imagery or not, but I do think that's kind of interesting that they set this idea of trains going on a set path, and then in the end we do see him split the train. I can't wait for you to see how this scene is shown twice in both games. Do you mean the meteor? Also, it's the FFA train. Sorry for the tome of a comment here. Yeah, well, I'm catching up on stuff. Subtext is Steed's theory regarding the Terrier world. A whole lot of stuff. Steed is posting a whole bunch of stuff. I'll watch your videos soon, so we'll probably get a lot of that here. I think cutting the train is definitely a metaphor for the story derailing and cutting off, yeah. To be clear, I think these stamp worlds are not quite equal to living reality, but also not the same as just within the live stream proper. More like some layer of reality between the surface living reality and the edges of the collective flow of knowledge and memories that life ultimately disperses into and melds with live stream proper. Sephiroth's lines about Aerith's dream world being one on the outskirts supports this, as does the notion that they return to the planet's embrace after fading. That said, these worlds do matter narratively because they can impact reality, as we see with the transfer of the white materia's knowledge through and from them, and that characters can move between them and interact with those who have presence in the current living reality. Cloud seemingly physically disappears from the party during a part of Rebirth's final battles into another world, and then back again. So I talked a lot about this in my video. Like, I've, you know, these like dream stuff, which I think we're going to get into in Steed's video. I argued in my video, I had this whole chapter that was titled Cloud's Dream. And I talked about how the Cosmo Canyon NPC talks about these dream worlds. And what's interesting about dreams is that the live stream can potentially use them, can see them as just as real as any other like memory, right? She like the NPC argues, the live stream holds memories, but your dreams are also a memory. For example, if you always had a dream to travel to Japan, let's say, right? You never actually did it, but you probably like imagine yourself going to Japan, getting on a plane, walking through Tokyo. Like you have that vivid imagery in your head of like possibly doing that thing. And so the way that the Cosmo Canyon NPC sort of mentions that or speaks to that is that it's a dream. It didn't happen, but it's a real memory in your mind. And so if the live stream holds all memories, then it can treat that memory of a thing that didn't happen as just as real as any other. So that's essentially what this is all about. Hence why you can then take the, like, Aerith feels Zack's hands in the live stream, or you could take the white materia from Aerith's dream back to the Beagleverse. All that stuff is sort of like wrapped up. SubTXT in the same logic. I'm not sure if you saw my tweet the other day, but it's the best piece of debate I've had on Twitter, and it's a brain scratcher. I will save it likely. Probably will not gonna talk about it here, just because there's so much to still do. And it's almost time for stream to end. I only have an hour left, so sadly I will not be getting to any videos, I think, today. But just because I have to go grab dinner with friends. That is to say, they aren't seemingly just tantamount to Gaia's afterlife, proper life stream as we know it. Most importantly, in my theory, these worlds have the potential to become Gaia's reality if enough of the collective life stream confirmed it. I had to read this back. That is to say, they aren't seemingly just tantamount to Gaia's afterlife, proper life stream as we know it. Most importantly, in my theory, these worlds have the potential to become Gaia's reality if enough of the collective life stream confirmed it. And that is like from what I understand, a collective unconscious thing. Whether that would see a world or union of them supplant the current reality or merge with it into some amalgam, I'm unsure. But the repeated and taught mantra, the planet chooses her fate, among other details, had me suspecting this. It would neatly tie in with why Sephiroth might want these worlds to form and how he might use them in his plans. Brian, if you're in chat, because I think you are, where does the mantra continually like say the planet chooses her fate? Like that, you have it in quotes. I think I maybe saw it once at some point in these games, but I'm just curious what this is. Is this more of a Japanese thing? Is it something I'm just like not remembering? If you're in chat and you can like provide any sort of context for that. So my take is that Sephiroth aims to tweak and shape these worlds, or a union of them, into a world that matches his intended vision for the planet's reality. His infinity, where the normal cycle of life and death, the natural flow of the life stream is paused, stagnant. I say tweak and shape a world towards this because I suspect Sephiroth cannot form these dream worlds of possibility himself. This is where it gets interesting in terms of like the Crisis Core connection. Crisis Core has this running theme regarding monsters, those on a Genova-influenced path that runs counter to the normal will of the planet, and men, those whose dreams and desires match all life that's bound to Gaia. Crisis Core repeats that monsters cannot really forge and hold dreams of the sort the planet might recognize, while humans with soldier honor, the gift of the goddess, basically their humanity, can forge and hold onto dreams. It's a credo for Angeal, Zack, and now in Rebirth, apparently Cloud, to hold onto their dreams, as that's what defines a connection to humanity and the proper will of the planet. As I understand it. Sephiroth, as he is now, is a monster under these terms, and any dream he might forge is not something in line with those the planet might recognize as born of itself. Hence, I don't believe Sephiroth can form one of these dream worlds of possibility in or adjacent to the live stream. He may want to craft an intended reality from one, but he needs someone else to forge it. Hence, his entreating Cloud for aid. So this really reminds me of what I talked about in my video of like essentially Sephiroth offering Cloud an opportunity to sort of like make this dream a reality, right? And this would kind of give some like world mechanic reasons for it, in that Sephiroth being considered a monster, he's like part human, part alien. He's not truly from the world, can't truly return. Although he can, he resists it though, and has the power to resist it because of his Genova cells. Like in Lifestream Black, it talks about him like giving up everything of himself, everything of his humanity, in order to like not dissolve. But anyway, that is a thing in Crisis Core of like this, if you're a monster, you know, versus a real person. I sort of think it's a little silly at times, but it is in the lore. But it makes sense that then if Sephiroth is not of the planet in a way that the planet would recognize, that he would need a vehicle. He would need a vessel, right? Like I know Sleepy's talked about, which Cloud can be that vessel. So in order to create the world that he wants, he has to use Cloud to make that happen. Is like the main thing that is argued in this whole comment. So I found that interesting. There's also more going on with Sephiroth here. The education version of him seems more thoughtful, more connected to himself outside of Genova's influence. I think is more humanizing characterization being done in Ever Crisis. The link to the Edge of Creation there, and that his appearance at Edge of Creation and Remake's End are building towards something I will speak to in my ending prediction. The story through Rebirth is perhaps more in alignment with what occurs in 1997 telling, but again, I think we have a Sephiroth who knows what has or could happen in play here, and the multitude of worlds contained within the planet are a new element that is chugging alongside the 90% of familiar plot beats and moments in Rebirth. Beyond shaping one or a union of these worlds into his desired reality, Sephiroth will need enough of the Lifestream to side with this choice at some point, if my theory is at all correct, to confirm said world of Gaia's new reality. Here we see him doing basically what he did in On the Way to a Smile with negative Lifestream black description. He is flooding many of these worlds with negative emotions, and when they fade into the Lifestream proper, all of those souls polluted with anger, regret, and despair are becoming negative Lifestream, which, like him, resist joining the collective flow. This is represented in game when we see the moments where tendrils of green Lifestream energy are turned black by Sephiroth, and from the dark root-like strands. Informed dark root-like strands. Also, maybe we are seeing how he prematurely ends some of these worlds in negatively charged fashion in all the descriptions of Meteor, which he often absorbs, supping on that negative Lifestream. My guess is that our antagonist here is stacking the deck, tipping the voting scales with what will be the finale, the majority of the negative Lifestream siding with his choice of a world to become Gaia's new reality. So, a very long comment, but I thought a very interesting one. Steve, did you write what SubTXT is reading? This is from a guy named Brian Hickman, who's in chat. But he wrote it here. He mentioned, I think he mentioned like a lot of the Keen Bean. It's like maybe far too long. I'm sorry. I cannot condense this better. You and adequately express it. Also credits to Keen Bean for much inspiration on a big old chunk of this idea. But I think he's in here too. Brian's actually in chat, or was earlier. So he can also speak to sort of like his thoughts. He's in the YouTube chat, or he was earlier. So yeah, I thought this was like a beefy comment, but also a very good one. So I thought worth talking about here on stream. It's a damn good comment. Yeah, it is really good. Wonderful insight. Wonderful insight. Yeah. Let me catch up with stuff in chat. I wonder if Ryan ever replied about that source that he mentioned. Keen Bean just got back. Oh, hi. I have not gotten to your video yet, and I probably won't in this stream because I have to end in about an hour or so, and we're only just getting done talking about stuff, including this very long but very good comment from Brian Hickman. He left it on last week's finale stream, and he actually did credit your video, Keen, for like a lot of his thinking. But it's very good. It's a very good comment. It basically just adds more context to a lot of Sephiroth's actions and how they might be playing out. Let me just see. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't miss a Brian Hickman comment. I think I did. So go staircase. They are not. There was a mother world. Oh, you're like replying to something. The biggest problem with the dream worlds is that we are only approaching them from the collective unconscious based on Jung and Yogacara connections. Jung's model of the psyche talks about the individual conscious, unconscious first and foremost, and references the collective unconscious inside of it. That model in the process of individuation, which is death of one's fake ego and returns to their true self, is extremely important and runs in parallel with Cloud's journey. Sure. Brian Hickman. So Barrett repeats it in Aerith's room in Remake, as it's taught by the planetology he learned in Cosmo Canyon. Aerith recognized it immediately. Okay, I didn't take that as like that line of dialogue though. I think in a conversation with Barrett and Cosmo, he mentions the planetologist just told him that. Yeah. Oh, and then doesn't like Barrett say what a load of shit? And big plot switch, dreams are the biggest tool that Jung talks about in terms of the individuation process that allows you to peek into your unconscious and listen to what it's telling you. This is the only way that you can return to your true self. This is as Cloud as it gets. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, Steed. In general, sure. Like, I think we are seeing that, right? Like, we're literally, he goes to sleep and he sees into the Terrier world. And Temple of the Ancients, Setra also seemingly can't return to the planet. They mentioned being forsaken by the planet. Shit. Chat just lost control. Education Cloud is 100% different. He might not be might not still back. What? He might not still be back yet, maybe. But close we've seen to the rogue Cloud so far. I don't know if Education Cloud is different from what we've experienced so far. At least in Remake. It seemed like the Cloud that didn't know shit was still the Edge of Creation Cloud. So I don't know if I agree with that. I really wish the Re-series story was more grounded, follow your dreams to your dream world. Or... no, but I recognize... Oh. Key Machine. Hey, quickish question, SubTXT. Obviously, we all want answers to the big questions in part 3, but do you want them to leave enough healthy mystery for us to be able to talk about the game for years after the game's release? Does the idea of theory crafting post part 3 sound fun or frustrating, even if it's related to more secondary, tertiary elements with the nature? I mean, I don't mind some things being somewhat open, right? Like, I think even, you know, the 500 years later visual did that in the original. I don't want us arguing about like what's real or not. Is this actually a sequel or not? They might do it. They might wrap it up in a way that like leaves it up for debate. That it's like where it seems all the same, but then people like me could be like, well, actually, you see how the character is different than the ending of the original, and so technically, I don't think Advent Children could happen from this point on. And then somebody else could be like, well, I think it would happen. Like that, I would find annoying or frustrating if they left it like that open. But I don't mind like some level of like, you know, abstractness, and I mostly want the meta thing to be solved, at least like settled in some way. Just because I don't think theory crafting about that after part 3 would be very fun. And aside from maybe making one video, I don't think I would engage with that too much. Yeah, the core of this idea, the worlds in Lifestream could become Gaia, really essential to Keen Bean's theory. Different from him and how it may end, and a few details. Cool. So that was Brian who said that. With Brian's ideas in mind, Sephiroth was not force Cloud into an ego death this time. Brian's explanation makes a bit more sense and bridges nicely with Sleepeasy's description of monsters and men. Yeah. All the Crisis Core stuff was really nice. Because I know it's important to them, even though I personally don't like Crisis Core very much. But it makes sense. Tifa's vision of Cloud walking off seemingly willfully with Sephiroth during her livestream sequence must come to pass then. I think the writers will always leave some minor points unfinished but the main characters have a completed story after at least pertaining to the current story. Yeah. Yeah, Cloud losing himself and becoming a total puppet wouldn't work with my concepts. Cloud may need to form dreams and dream worlds for Sephiroth to use. But they're not going to answer any meta questions, the meaning behind the Defying Fate narrative of the remake ending. I bet they won't even get close to referencing it. I don't know. I think they'll... Well, they have talked about, like, even Nomura was like, oh, there's another reason to the, like, another meaning to the remake title that they gave the first game. But he was like, maybe in a few years I could talk about it. So I do think they'll want to sort of, like, clarify some of that stuff. I just don't know how much. Yeah, I was feeding from some of those, like, cool. So we have about 40 minutes left in stream. And I have all these theory videos that I have yet to jump into. But I'm going to use this opportunity because a lot of these theories are really long. Steeds is like an hour. Keen Beans is like an hour. The new one from John Q is like 40 minutes. I forget how long this one is. This one's like an hour and a half for part 1 and then like another hour for part 2. I have some familiarity with some of these. So for example, this one is Steeds. I watched 30-40% of it at some point, like when it first came out. Obviously he's in chat, so we'll talk about it next week, I think, because it's too long for this stream at this point. Same thing with Keen Dean. So this one I saw come up a while back. I watched some of it. There was something said in the beginning, and Keen, there's no like negative shot at it. It's just like my reaction to it, especially having seen more of it. I think it's a good video. When it first popped up and I first watched some of it, there's like an opening statement of like, this will almost like definitively answer everything. And I was like, well, really? Like, do you really think we're in a situation where we can say for sure certain things? Like, even mine is like, even my video is like, this is kind of how I see things going, but I'm not, it could go different ways. It's like the definitiveness of the intro, maybe sort of like not watching it, but a lot of people have recommended it. And then earlier this week, I watched about 20 minutes of it, and it was really good. I think this video is really good from what I saw of it so far. What I really like about it is that like it really cleanly lays out, like it breaks things down in a very clean way. Yeah, it start with a bit of word salad. You know, you just like throw those things out to like get people to watch. Like I did that in my video too. Like at one point I was like, I talked about like, at least I promised to people, it's like, these are things I haven't seen talked about. Just so people are aware that like, there's like something maybe new or different, or hasn't been discussed in the video. So I get it. I think it's a very good video from what I've seen so far. And we'll watch it next week. John Q. So I've watched this a couple times, kind of, but I've been distracted both times and I haven't really like locked in and like listened to all of it, like truly. But it's good from what I've seen so far. This one I watched some of, and I referenced in my video at one point, but I forgot a lot of details, so it'd be worth like watching it again. And then the 3 Distant Disguise, this has been recommended to me multiple times. I haven't seen any of it, and I really don't know what to expect from it, because even the premise of it, like 3 Distant Disguise, at first I'm like, oh, of course, because it's taking the 3 discs of the original and it's like remaking it. So I really don't even know where this can go. So I'm curious about it. So we'll see that when we get to it. That said, for the half hour or so that we do have left, I'd want to watch this video. Brand new. It's from a person who's been in my community. He actually reached out to me about it yesterday. It's from Wick, ST4 Wick, who you guys have seen in chat, I'm sure. He made this video He just put it out. It's only 20 minutes or so. And it's a good video. So it'd be good to check this out with the limited time that I have left in the stream. Oh, Wick is in chat right now. Are you planning on doing any playthroughs after this? Because each one of these videos could work for a full stream, or videos per stream. Yeah, I'll probably, odds are like these theory videos will be the next few streams until I get through all of them. So this stream, not next week, but the week after, because I'm out of town next Sunday, so I won't be able to do it. So the week after, we'll continue with more videos. Probably Steeds and Keen Beans is probably the ones I'll focus on in that one. Maybe Fit and John Q Gamers. And then maybe the week after that, we'll do the 3 Distant Disguise. That would make sense. But yeah, so shout out to Wick, who's in chat. He's in the Twitch chat. He made this video. First video essay, as far as I could tell. I did watch this because he reached out to me about it and was like, what do you think? And da-da-da. And it was short, so I just watched it. I just think it's a well-made video. There's a couple interesting thoughts in it that I hadn't really considered. So let's check it out. This is the unexplored reason for Aerith's weird behavior in FF7 Rebirth's ending. So obviously there's been a lot of discussion about how Aerith acts at the plane, and this video has a take on it. So let's check it out.
We are likely months away from the reveal of part
why is there
the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. And
Oh.
even though it's been well over a year
It's
since
playing
the release of Rebirth,
somewhere
many
else.
fans are still
Why is it multiple? Oh, that's why. All right, this should be good this time. The Google Slides was doing its own thing. Dude, what in the world? What? Why is it not? There we go.
We are likely months away from the reveal of Part 3 of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, and even though it's been well over a year since the release of Rebirth, many fans are still discussing the events of the game and how it may affect the next installment. As an OG player, I've been trying to make sense of it myself, and I admit I can relate to a lot of criticisms made about Rebirth. While in general I was at awe of how good the game was, Rebirth left me very confused by its end. Thanks to a lot of discussions, SubTXT legendary video, I made peace with why the developers ended the game this way from an overall story perspective, how it ties to changing fate, and sets up Part 3 as a resolution to the argument for the cycle of life. But something about the ending still didn't click for me. I've rewatched a number of analysis videos to see if I've missed something, but I couldn't find a satisfying answer to the things that still bothered me. If Aerith's fate is indeed sealed, why show Aerith happy reciting her remake lines while Cloud appears to be at his lowest point yet?
So we talked about this last week with Sleep Easy, right? Like how her behavior was a little strange.
Aerith, is it to hear from Cloud, we're gonna go fight Sephiroth? I at this point, I watch this scene over and over again. I'm like, who is this? Who is this person?
Is the same Aerith seen by the lake as in the final scene? Many fans came out with several different conclusions, some suspecting a total collapse of Cloud's psyche, the involvement of Genova, poor writing, or even judged Aerith's behavior is manipulative. However, after many discussions and analysis videos,
there's also something very funny to me about like Cloud's Delulu eyes.
After many discussions, analysis videos, I eventually ended up with an interpretation of the ending that sat right with me. And this game blew my mind all over again. In this video, I want to explain how I've arrived at my conclusion.
So, I'm an ancient. As in, a steward of the planet. One of those ancients. Or, to be more precise, the only ancient.
FF7 has very specific ideas regarding how life and afterlife work, and one scene that summarizes it best in Rebirth is Aerith's speech at the Temple of the Ancients.
You know, if you think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on.
Thank you for following Summoner priests. Perfect description of that character.
When I played the game for the first time, this speech kind of bothered me, especially the line about life and death being two sides of the same coin. I don't know what kind of coins you've been looking at, Aerith, but life and death seemed pretty different to me.
Trick coin. I had a hunch.
But
by the way, like, one thing that pisses me off about Remake is that this like
life and
trick coin that he has, I don't think it's ever been patched. But I think it only has the same thing on both sides. Like, I remember playing it and it was like heads on both sides. And so then there were times I picked heads and it'd be like, you lost. And the coin showed heads on both sides. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Anyway.
Pretty different to me.
Trick coin. I had a hunch.
However, the game is aware of this, not just because of the unenthusiastic responses from the party, but if you go back to a Cosmo Canyon conversation with Yuffie, she even offers a counterpoint to this idea.
When you die, you return to the planet? That has literally got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Once you die?
Yeah, it's a trick coin. Yeah, well, I'm saying there should be a tails, right? Or there should be an opposite. Like, for example, if I as a player choose heads, then it should render a coin that's only tails on both sides, or vice versa. Like, because I've like chosen heads and then fucking heads lands and then it's like, oh, sorry. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? It's what I called. I don't know. I'm distracting from the main point. Let me go back again though. I'm sorry.
I had a hunch.
However, the game is aware of this, not just because of the unenthusiastic responses from the party, but if you go back to a Cosmo Canyon conversation with Yuffie, she even offers a counterpoint to this idea.
When you die, you return to the planet? That has literally got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Once you die, that's that.
Why do you think that?
I just do. I believe in anything else until I see some actual proof.
Frankly, I was more on the same page as Yuffie. Even if you believe in an afterlife, for many of us, this sort of explanation is primarily a source of comfort, not to be taken too literally, and this comes from Yuffie, who actually lives inside the world of FF7. I certainly wasn't going to buy into this concept by listening to the planetologists with their weird get-ups, or residents of Cosmo trying to sell me level 1 materials at non-discount prices.
May the planet bless you with wisdom.
However, Aerith is a Citra, so she does have a unique insight into this. A big example from her own life was the death of her mother, Ifalna. Even though in Remake, Elmira...
So this gets some really interesting stuff. I'm like, I know chat is right now, they're really talking about, I invited it by like bringing up the stupid coin in Remake. But I want to make sure people are like locked into this video. Because it makes an interesting point here. As you'll see in a second, it actually links to something and traces it to past that I thought was interesting in terms of this presentation.
Prices.
May the planet bless you with wisdom.
However, Aerith is a Citra, so she does have a unique insight into this. A big example from her own life was the death of her mother, Ifalna. Even though in Remake, Elmira speaks about Aerith's abilities as an ancient, I was stunned to read about the experience of young Aerith in Traces of Two Pasts. When Aerith first arrived at Elmira's home, she described her experience as this. The day I first showed up, the flowers were there to greet me.
You know, we're just going through theories. So we beat in the game. We did a whole playthrough here on Twitch and YouTube, and we're also we did our big finale stream was last week. And now we're just like really digging into a lot of different theories, and we're just chatting about a lot of stuff. I made a video a long time ago, back in like March, April. It's like a 2-hour breakdown of the game, of the story. And that kind of like went into a lot of places. A lot of people like Max Dude and Nico and stuff reacted to it. So it's kind of become like heavy theory that is often discussed. And so this stream is really an opportunity for me to also watch other theories and sort of like other interpretations of things in the story, and kind of give another perspective.
I could feel them welcoming me on behalf. The day I arrived at
so
this
mentions
experience of young Aerith in
on the way to a
Traces of
smile
Two
stuff.
Pasts. When Aerith first arrived at Elmira's home, she described her experience as this. The day I first showed up, the flowers were there to greet me. I could feel them welcoming me on behalf of the planet. And I could feel my mom too, so I didn't need to cry. All I'd left behind at the station was an empty shell. My mother was still right beside me.
That empty shell note also reminds me a little bit of Hollow.
Aerith even has conversation with her mother later in the story. That first night, Ifalna appeared at the head of her bed. "I'll be praying for you," she said with a smile, "praying that Elmira comes to love you as much as I do." "How were you able to come back?" Aerith asked. "I never went anywhere at all," replied Ifalna. "You and I will always be together. We are connected."
So this is interesting because, like, obviously it's making the connection that in Traces to Pass, it's showing how someone can be present, right? Like, granted, Aerith is a bit of a special case because she's a Cetra, you know, Myra's a Cetra. But, you know, in terms of, like, how Aerith is manifesting in the world, this kind of gives some precedent for it. And this line of, like, you and I will always be together, we are connected, reminds me of something that was mentioned in the behind the scenes for Advent Children that I meant to prep, and, like, I don't know where it is, but I know Sleepy has talked about it in his videos. But basically they talked about how in the original, Nomura explains, like, in the original, memories were the live stream was known as, like, memories, or, like, materia was known as memories too. And there was, like, a heavy thing around, like, memories in the original FF7. Obviously, it's big in the remake trilogy so far. But in Advent Children, they wanted to... no, Myra's Cetra. Myra's not Cetra. I was just... Falna was. Sorry. I'm just, like, thinking as I go along. But Nomura then said in Advent Children, it wasn't just about memories. It was about, like, the consciousness of people sort of, like, living with you and staying with you. And so, like, that's kind of what we're seeing here. Like, obviously there is a current conversation happening between Ifalna and Aerith in this scene. It's not just a memory of Ifalna. So again, in terms of, like, people sort of, like, living with you and within you, even the tactics thing, right? It's saying, like, almost like multiple souls within Cloud. Kind of relates to that in a way.
This recollection really highlights a fascinating aspect of the livestream, that it is interconnected. The Cetra were able to tap into the livestream and communicate across vast distances, accessing a soul or memory within it. People that are gone can reach out back to you if you come close to that energy. I believe one example of this is what happens to Barret during the Cosmo Canyon prologue.
Thank you. Damn it.
Don't worry. It's all good, bro.
And then we hear Wedge.
Hey, y'all heard that, right? That was Wedge.
Unlike Aerith and Ifalna, Barret and Wedge are not of the Cetra.
And then Red's line here, Barret, those who pass on become one with the live stream. I know what you thought you heard, but it was probably just the wind. I'm just thinking about this live. It definitely seems like Wedge had a, like, Wedge said something. I remember when I was playing this, I thought of it as Wedge responding to Barret in real time rather than just a memory. So there's and we know this is a live stream font, so it kind of makes sense that Barret would sort of, like, maybe interact with the live stream in a way.
But even they can still experience these effects. So whether it's the souls of the dead returning to the planet or still living bodies connected to that energy, in the livestream, all life is one. But you already know this. You probably played all the games I listed in this spoiler warning. And the game hammers home this information through endless expositions, side quests, and events, to a point that, as I've played it...
Oh yeah, it's like when Zack attributed Aerith to being the wind. That's a good point, Delta. It did happen, yeah. So intermission Zack, Terrier Zack.
This information.
Everywhere. Hang-ups around whether FF7 is a retelling or a sequel, whether OG already happened or just could, as it did. Those planetary memories or what's in play at remake start. Opinion.
Kind of just blended into the background. It was just the way the FF7 world worked.
Are you finished?
We get it, there's a live stream. Yet, I couldn't shake...
Oh, I'm sorry. Keen Bean, the Ultimania also mentioned that the white materia could be what's showing Cloud future visions too. And then you had forgotten that detail. There's an EverCrisis event where Jesse, Biggs, Wedge try to communicate with Tifa from the live stream. Oh yeah, I remember that too. Yeah.
Of this quote from Traces of Two Pasts. We get it, there's a live stream. Yet, I couldn't shake off this quote from Traces of Two Pasts of Aerith describing her mother's body as an empty shell. She knew her mom wasn't truly gone, not just in a way that she'll be reborn again, but Ifalna even kept helping Aerith with settling into her new home. Elmira's in a tough spot at the moment.
Amana, as far as I understand, this video tries to explain why Aerith is like acting a certain way at the end. Like people say like, oh, she's acting weird. Is she Genova? Like by the plane. So this is trying to explain that behavior.
But I think you might be able to help. Be with her when she's over. Elmira's in a tough spot at the moment, but I think you might be able to help. Be with her when she's overwhelmed and looks like she might cry. Sit at her side like you used to do for me.
Even this behavior, right? Like this idea of, so Ifalna is telling Aerith that Elmira's in a tough spot. Be with her when she's overwhelmed. Looks like she might cry. Sit at her side like you used to do for me. It's kind of what Aerith does in the ending of Rebirth with Cloud. There's maybe a connection there to like at least setting a precedent for providing that reassurance to someone. Even though it's real life Aerith who's doing this, not like as a spirit, but anyway.
As I was going through different ideas about the worlds, Aerith's story really put into the perspective how consequential someone's spirit could be in the livestream, but also how I started looking at death throughout the story. At the end of the church goodbye scene, we see Sephiroth enter the church about to kill Aerith in that world. This was an extremely moving scene for what it symbolizes, but at its core, we all instinctively knew that this is not it yet. This is just a shell that Omni-Aerith sacrificed in the chess match against Sephiroth. For Aerith and Sephiroth, the worlds are a battlefield for control. Our Aerith is still praying at the Forgotten Capital. We can still make it, except we don't. Not exactly. Cloud's will somehow splits the world into two, giving Aerith one more move against Sephiroth. She's thankful. But in the world that Cloud occupies, she's gone, and the party is devastated. Except for Cloud, who's special. Not Cetra special, but is somehow still connected to the world where she exists, because while her body was killed by Sephiroth, her essence has always been connected to the livestream and is still there. The famous Cosmo NPC talked about peeking through the looking glass if you come close to this energy of hopes and dreams, and it's a cool idea that this is what Tifa has experienced here, but if you are Cloud, the one who split this reality into two, let's just say, I think he's not just peeking anymore. At the end of the game, our party gathers by...
I do like that transition, by the way.
Let's just say, I think he's not just peeking anymore.
Send up smoke. Smoke and mirrors.
At the end of the game, our party gathers by the tiny Bronco. And personally, I think this is our Aerith. While it's possible that Genova cells within Cloud enable this illusion by suppressing and falsifying his memories, as it happened with Zack's death and throughout all the games, I do think it is Aerith's essence reaching out to Cloud. Genova being involved in this way would be quite fitting because it would further justify the sinister vibes of the lake scene. But it would also make our Aerith appear in response to it, as a countermeasure. Her repeating a quote from Remake could be used as an argument that this is an imitation made by Genova, but it could also be a hint that this is the Aerith that we've interacted with since Remake. And this is in contrast to an Aerith we've seen in the Dream Date. I also don't think it's a construct made inside Cloud's head, an amalgam of their greatest hits, a paper-thin version of the person he's lost. I believe Aerith here, in this scene, has a very clear intent that Cloud is oblivious to. How is it possible? My best guess so far is that he's seeing two worlds at once, and the game is hinting this through different camera tricks, showing us that Aerith is here, but she's not physically here, showing us a rift that only Cloud can see. I also think that all of this is possible because of the way in which the livestream works. So, I'm sorry, quantum physics. The game continuously hammered home the themes and the role of the livestream, so whatever explanation there is for what's going on has to be firmly tied to it. However, there's one key reason why, to me, this is our Aerith. What matters about this ending, besides all the mechanics at play that as theorycrafters we love to speculate about, is that at this point, many...
Yeah, I mean, just to state a thought on that, I mean, I've talked about this a million times at this point, but yeah, I think By the Water could be a Genova thing. It's shot creepily enough, the music's creepy enough, but I think By the Plane, even though I had this debate with Sleep Easy last week, of like, I don't know, she's acting kind of strange. And then he pointed out the look on her face as she's walking away from Cloud, like looking worried. I was like, okay, so maybe there is something. This is just genuinely her all the way through. And yeah, I think this video is still unpacking that.
Players must have asked themselves, did we just get robbed of an essential theme from the original Final Fantasy VII? Did the devs butcher Rebirth just to delay the payoff until its third installment? That's not the FF7 I remember, is it? Of course, there's one good argument why the ending hits differently, but in an improved way, made by the developers themselves, who explained in several interviews how they've decided to depict loss not in a direct way like in the OG, but from the view of someone who's struggling to accept it. We not only see this through Cloud, but in a masterful move from the devs, many fans like me have seen it through ourselves. In trying to make sense of the smoke and mirrors, camera angles, and clear materials, the stage was set. We were wavering. Is she really dead? Who do we even see at the end of the game? I'll admit, this clever trick worked on me. I wavered, and I was obsessed with finding answers. But the devs also mentioned that the story won't betray.
Pingu, I actually don't have a new theory written yet. The two that I'm thinking about are a big Sephiroth one. I'm honestly just waiting for the Ever Crisis stuff with Sephiroth to finish, which is happening this week. Because I want a little bit more understanding of how they're writing Sephiroth before I really dig into him. And then I'm also thinking of a video about the new livestream sequence. That'll happen in part 3. But yeah, those are the two that are in the works-ish. But I haven't really written anything yet. I'm just waiting for a little more info about part 3. Have I researched Yogakara and Young? A little bit. It's a little hard to wrap my head around. And to be completely honest, I'm afraid of like getting so caught up in like the Yogakara, Young, all that shit that it just like, it's weird. It's weird to like try to theorize what might happen, but I also almost don't want to stumble on the direct answers. I'm a little afraid of like reading too much into stuff and then like just having it answered in a Young or Yogakara like thing. I've read some of it, but at a certain point I'm like, I just want to also enjoy the discovery of the story. So it's a weird balancing act of like trying to think of the answers, but not trying to look too deep. I don't know. I don't know if that even makes sense, but
the original. So I kept thinking, could they have done this differently? In Andrew Blewett's excellent The Final Fantasy VII Retrospective, I bumped into a quote from Hironobu Sakaguchi talking about FF7's core theme of life. And what struck me was just how closely it aligned with Aerith's speech at the Temple of the Ancients. The speech that I couldn't really connect with at the time. This quote forced me to listen harder to what Aerith was saying.
So this quote says, I had imagined a world the years before and its core themes about the way we treat the earth. The idea that when we die, we turn into energy and are assimilated into the earth and reborn somewhere else. I knew that this was the game where we would win or lose the war, so I decided to bring the world out.
And as I listened, I've realized that in my obsessive deconstruction of the ending, and in the anticipation of what will play out at the Forbidden Capital, which the devs primed us for since part 1, I've completely ignored that core theme of FF7. I've missed the significance of the fact that Aerith fully believes this, that Aerith have experienced its power through the death of her mother. And with that in my mind, I've watched the ending again.
If you think about it, life and death are just two sides of the same coin. Our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the Lifestream, and in time give rise to new life. Knowing that the people we love aren't really gone, it doesn't make it any easier to let them go. It still hurts, so we can't just think of it as a homecoming, because it's not that simple. We've all experienced pain. We all have our regrets. What we've done, what's been done to us, that's set in stone. The past is forever. But the future, even if it has been written, can be changed. It's true that the pain and the anger we carry can make us stronger. But at what cost? What toll does it take? I believe true strength doesn't come from any of that. True strength comes from our ability to forgive, to forge ahead in the hope of making things right. It comes from ourselves. So focus on the future, not the past. Do that, and not even Sephiroth will be able to stand in our way.
I will stop Sephiroth. Trust me.
This is making me think of two big things.
Promise.
And then it clicked for me. Suddenly, Aerith's cheerfulness wasn't as weird as I first thought, because the belief that life does not end with death is fundamental to what Aerith believes in. It's what she knows for a fact as a Cetra. Aerith also knows that Cloud cannot accept this truth yet, as was blatantly obvious from his response to her speech at the temple. She is well aware of what just happened, but the past, her death, cannot be changed. She and Tifa were always careful around Cloud, so her behavior here is actually pretty consistent with how she handled him throughout the game. So I don't see any nefarious manipulation in this scene, rather a reinforcement of what she proclaimed in the temple, that life and death are two sides of the same coin. Something her mother proved to her, that even after death, we are not truly gone, even though the pain of not being with our past loved ones will come, especially for Cloud. For now, just like Ifalna cheered her on with her new future with Elmyra, she cheers Cloud on. She trusts that he will find his acceptance, even though by letting the party continue, it means that Cloud will probably give Sephiroth the black materia. She is not at ease with this fact, but it's a risk she's willing to take. She tells him that she will stop the meteor because Cloud needs to continue his journey. I now believe that Rebirth's ending didn't give us the Aerith some of us expected, but it gave us the Aerith that we needed. The real Aerith, the Cetra, who wholeheartedly believes in what she said at the temple. Because a story that culminates just around loss would leave you feeling empty. The original FF7 did not culminate on loss. Its magic wasn't giving us the feeling that death is not the final goodbye. And that was how we could even begin to accept loss. However, without the tools to pick ourselves back up, there is no solace in loss. You see, as I was peeling off the layers of this ending, after hours of arguing about what's really going on, this game, the developers, exposed me. Exposed that I wasn't ready for what comes next. I wasn't ready to see that scene I thought was stolen from us. Strapped to this 80-hour crazy roller coaster of wacky, undiluted fun, slicing away countless enemies,
God, by the way, that's a sick move right by there, right? Like, I'll take a pause for a second to chat about some of this, but I always love that move. You see, he sucks in all these troopers.
I thought was stolen from us. Strapped to this 80-hour
it's like my favorite part of this fight, sucking
wacky,
in all those dudes and then
slicing
hitting them with the fire out. Just
I started.
So anyway, the old square is so good, yeah. What I was gonna say is there's a few things here that I think are really interesting. As I was rewatching that scene where where he had the Temple of the Ancients stuff play out over top of the ending, and her like speech, a few things occurred to me. One, I hadn't really thought about, I mean, it seems almost painfully obvious in hindsight, but you leave the trials, right? And the trial scenes are all about reminding the party of like their trauma. It's like trauma dump hour, right? And the temple, which I know Steve has talked about a little bit in chat, it feels strange that the temple is like pushing the party to like remember their anger and their hatred, the things that have like hurt them, right? And basically the temple is saying like, hey, hold on to these memories. It's important, right? And then Aerith walks out of the trials where all the characters have been confronted by their pain. And she says, I don't think true strength comes from that, right? Like the temple just reminded you, hey, here's all your trauma. Here's all the bad shit you've been through. And it's true that you can become more powerful because of your anger over what has happened to you. But true strength doesn't come from that. So she actually walks out of the trials and completely argues the opposite of what the trials did. The trials are pointing the party toward remembering all the bad shit that makes them angry. But she's saying, forget that, forget the past. The future is what you need to focus on. So she directly contradicts the Temple of the Ancients, seemingly, whether that's influenced, whether that trial thing is because the Cetra believe that, and she's arguing against that, or there's some kind of like Sephiroth Genova weirdness happening with the temple. I don't know. But she basically argues against what the temple tries to tell, what the temple focuses people on. The temple focuses all the characters on the bad shit, and she's like, don't think about the bad shit. And then what this video also did was it linked it a little bit to when Elfalna died, when Aerith's mom died, and it talked about how, and this does happen in Traces of Two Paths, at first she can't quite remember her mom, or like she can't really connect with her mom, and then one day her mom does show up, or she does, and then like she loses the connection over time. I think that's what it is. But either way, she gets visited by Elfalna, her mother, after her mother dies. She shows up in her room, and Aerith's mom, Elfalna, is like, hey, I'm right here. I never went away. A very reassuring behavior, similar to what Aerith does with Cloud. And so it seems like this video is arguing that even though this behavior seems strange, because it's saying she's acting really bubbly and happy. It's like, hey, go on with your mission. She's doing it because she knows that that's what Cloud needs in this moment, rather than she's living out what she preached at the temple. At the temple, she says, don't hold on to the negativity. Don't hold on to the hatred. And so in that ending, she's sort of doing the same thing. Her tone, her like chipper sort of behavior is not allowing Cloud to just like sink into the grief. I assume Sephiroth will try to bring him back into it in part 3, but there is something I'm seeing the connection that this video is arguing about. So let me catch up. There's a few things in chat here. She struggles to connect with the voices inside the temple initially. Aerith hasn't been comfortable for 1 second in the Beagle world. She's been chased in the beginning. So I'm just catching up. That was kind of going off there. Maybe that's how Genova was able to eliminate the Cetra by using their anger. And Aerith is in that moment trying to be like, actually, this is going to be used against us. Yeah. Key Machine. Definitely an interesting interpretation of the ending and very well made video. Personally, I just can't get over how the "you promise" contradicts when she told Cloud to forget about him, Sephiroth, and focus on yourself in the forest. This ghost Aerith can see Cloud spiraling and doesn't show the slightest concern. She likely knows he has the black materia and is like, LOL, cool, bye. Yeah, I mean, that is a contradiction that did stand out to me also while I was playing the game, and has stood out to me before and is standing out again now as you bring it up. So yeah, that's a in the forest, she's like, don't worry about all that bullshit. And then in the plane scene, in the tiny Bronco scene, she's very much like, go do your thing. Even though she kind of also says like, I'll take care of the meteor. Doesn't the Japanese say something different to "you promise"? It does. What it says is, let me find it. What the Japanese actually says, chapter 14, instead of "you promise," what's said at the end, so Cloud says, we'll track down Sephiroth as fast as we can and put a stop to him. Aerith says, I'm sure you will. And then Cloud says, count on it. And then she says, goodbye. So in English, in localization, it says, you promise, promise. And then in Japanese, it says, I'm sure you will, count on it. It's the I'm sure you will is a little sus. I'm not gonna lie. But like, I'm sure you will is if I want to lean into the Genova thing, I could with that version of the dialogue of like, it's like, you're gonna go take care of stuff. I'm sure you will. I don't know. There's a maybe a way to read that. That's a little more sinister.
Last chapter thinking, okay, it was time to face the final gauntlet and then let go of Aerith in the waters of the Forgotten Capital. But I was wrong. Instead of anticipating loss, I should have been preparing for it. I wasn't ready to say goodbye because what I was actually waiting for.
Well, now I need to look at what Victor's bringing up in chat. It's like, I'm too curious. I was like waiting for the video to be over to bring it to look at it. But Victor is saying Aerith actually gives Cloud the black materia. We can see her recognize it at the bottom of the crater when the temple collapses. Do you mean like when they wake up? Like when they wake up, when they come out of the dream date, or like that scene. He's saying the bottom of the crater. So I could pull that up real quick because I'm curious. I don't know. I don't remember if I saw Black Materia. They both fall down before, while it's collapsing, she has an expression where she sees it. Well, she sees the black feather. The Black Materia is like all up in that scene though. She gives it to him. Yeah, she like lets it float over to Cloud, and then he grabs it and then he gives it to Sephiroth. She actually does this, then looks at Kate Sith. Now, when they are both at the bottom inside the crater. Okay, I gotta look that up then. Chapter 14. Cloud returns to reality. This part, right? So they fall. They wake up at the bottom of the thing. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, she goes and finds it while they're in the dream world. At the bottom of the thing. Barrett picks him up. Kate's there. Is this the scene you guys are talking about? So go to when they're on the bridge. Yeah, I mean, she hands it to them there. That's chapter 13. But then he hands it to Sephiroth. Where's that scene? Like, she takes the Black Materia. Cloud chases her. And she has it. And she gives it to him.
Whatever happens, I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Right before Kate Sith comes back? But why? That's like way before this. Now I'm confused. I don't understand the relevance, but God, what did I title that? I'm gonna have to do it a different way. I was trying to go through my files, but chapter 14 commentary. Oh shit, it's 5:09. I have to go soon. Oh, chapter 13. Damn it.
Now that's not.
Well, that's just her looking down. That's just an expression. She's not even looking into the crater there. Like, if you go to the scene, like, what's in front of her directly is nothing. It's Yuffie falls to her knees. This is similar to the face that she makes when she walks past Zack at the end of Remake. Just like a slight look down. Yeah, she's looking at like the floor in front of her, if anything. Yeah, but she's an ancient, he senses it.
Now that's not a sight you see every
I don't know
day.
about that. Either way, the real black materia comes later, right? Like Sephiroth grabs this fake black materia. He's like, oh, this will lead to the real black materia. It's like, this will lead to the true counterpart hidden between worlds. Does his little like fly up bullshit. Gets the black materia. See, like right here, the real one sort of like manifests. Cloud comes over. Here's the real black materia. Falls. This is the real one. Cloud picks it up. Then Tifa tackles him. This real black materia spills out ahead of him. Aerith picks it up. And then Aerith runs off with it. And then she eventually gives it to Cloud. Like, here's when she actually gives him the black materia. She has it behind her back. This is the real one. She doesn't want to. And she's like, whatever happens, I'm here for you. Passes it to him. Cloud grabs it.
Thank you.
Walks it over to Sephiroth. Sephiroth seems to grab it. And then, yeah, and then he like runs and saves her as she falls. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know what we just discussed for like 10 minutes there, but Alexander, like the stream, thank you. Yeah, we are pretty much at the end because I need to wrap up. But let me share this video. I don't think I finished it. How far did I get into it? I was like down here.
Proper goodbye to Aerith.
Either way, a very good first video. It's very interesting from Wick. So I'll share it one more time in chat. You know, it's an interesting take. All this is really about like taking in some interesting takes. They may not be exactly right or wrong, or mine aren't either. So the video we just watched, you want to give it a like, and support Wick in chat, who again, his first like essay, which is impressive, only has 192 views, only 33 subscribers, brand new. And then next week, I know we did a lot of chatting, a lot of chit chat this week. So next week we'll jump into the big long ones. We'll jump into the Big Steed video, Keen Bean. We'll check out his video, and I'm going to try to also get John Q Gamer done as well. I would like to get to this Hot Sauce Ross one, just because I'm so curious about it, because I literally know nothing. Just people keep mentioning it. So we might do a long stream where we watch all of them. Not next Sunday, sorry. It'll be the Sunday after next Sunday. Which is, what is that? Because next Sunday I'm out of town. So it'll have to be the 26th. On Sunday the 26th is when we'll be back with all the rest of the videos. We will have new stuff to talk about, I'm sure. We will talk about the new Ever Crisis stuff, so that might take some time. But I will try to get to these videos for sure. Because I know that was the goal of this stream. Unable to get to it today because we had so much that we ended up talking about. But thank you everybody for being here. It's been a blast. It was really fun to especially like go into the old stuff. The scripts from Remake were really cool. So please, everyone, say goodbye to Tifa. I'm gonna look to see if we have anyone's raid on Twitch. We'll do Chris. He's getting toward the end of Rebirth. He was in the Temple of the Ancients, I noticed yesterday. So we'll just raid into him again, because I'm also just curious about where he's gonna end up being. And he's very close to the end. So I've raided into him a few times. It's always fun to sort of like check into where he is. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Easy Mid. Oh, how many were there? I think it's 3 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Easy Mid, for the gifted subs. So yeah, we'll raid into Chris. He's in the temple. He's about to, it's like after the first like, Aerith, controllable scene, I think. And now he's back with Cloud, Tifa, and Barret. So we'll raid into them. So stick around on Twitch for that. Thank you everyone for hanging out this week. More live theory crafting, please. Yes, there will definitely be some of that. But thank you so much, Natalie, Fat Music, Kensworth, Steve, Key Machine, Victor, Bunkai, Circular Staircase, Cloud Hopper 57, Lazy Black Dragon, Sephiroth, Easy Med, Keen Bean. We will get to your video next week, I swear. Thank you so much, everybody. We will be raiding on Twitch, and then on YouTube. I will see you all on the 26th. So the 26th of October is when I'll see you all again.